a tutti.
Good morning again to all of you, dear colleagues. I am very glad to be able finally to welcome you to the Chamber of Deputies to host the third meeting of this committee for the 2020-2024 period. First meeting was on the 8th of December 2021 online, the second in a hybrid fashion in December 2021. Therefore, I'm very glad also to greet all the participants at today's meeting, and I hope that today's meeting will be an opportunity not just to get to know each other better, but also to exchange our views, our experiences, and our best practices on the issue we're called upon to discuss and to listen to the authoritative statements of our invited speakers. So I'd like to go first of all to the adoption of the draft agenda on which we have today, opening of the proceedings, then we move to the adoption of the agenda, adoption of the minutes of the 3rd of December 2021 meeting, exchange of views on the role of women in conflicts, and any other business, and then we'll conclude with the date and place of our next meeting. If there are no objections, we can consider the agenda as approved, and so we move on to the next point. For the adoption of the minutes of the meeting, which was held in hybrid format on the 3rd of December last year, these were sent out last week to all the delegations so that they could examine them. And here again, if there are no objections to the minutes, I see no objections, we can consider them adopted as well. Let's now move on to the main point, our main topic today. Again, I wish to say I'm very glad and very proud to have you all here with us today. And we're called upon to discuss the role of women in conflicts. Today's topic is more topical than ever. You also know that the priorities indicated by the Moroccan Parliament and its presidencies are sustainable development with a special focus on energy and security, combating climate change, food security and water security, but also on youth employment and women. These are issues which mean that a country has to be in a situation of peace and guaranteed peace and security. Settling conflicts and peace and security are therefore preliminary conditions for this priority, and today this is particularly important. And competition for water resources, energy resources, climate change and food security can be a cause or a consequence at the same time of the presence of major instabilities and conflicts. Therefore, we need to start from here and to act. Conflicts and women. The topic today is exactly the role of women in conflicts, and my intention is to invite you to reflect on the role of women in social conflicts, many of which are generated by the different interests which may clash. Even in a violent way, there may be conflicts between classes, between professional groups or groups who belong to different identity or ethnic groups, conflicts between cultures and gender conflicts. Another consideration is women who are victims of conflicts and wars to be supported and aided. We also have to consider the potential of women as fundamental actors in the processes to prevent conflicts in tables to establish peace and to maintain peace. Today's proceedings have 4 sessions. The first introductory with opening remarks and general considerations on the state of the Union for the Mediterranean and parliamentary cooperation. Then we'll have 3 specific sessions devoted to the role of women in social conflicts, the role of women in armed conflicts, and peace negotiations. I'd like to thank all the women who here who represent at a very high level their countries and institutions. Particularly, I'd like to thank the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies in Italy, Maria Spadoni, Maria Edera Spadoni, and Maria Sereni, who is Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, John Paul Gregg, Deputy Secretary General of the UFM, Jean Lima, Chair of the PAM Women Forum, for this introductory session. We'll then be listening. Ouided Bouchamaoui, representative of the Tunisian National Dialogue Quartet and 2015 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Sanam Naragianderlini, founder and CEO of ICANN and director of the Center for Women, Peace and Security, LSC. Irene Fellin, NATO Secretary General, Special Representatives for Women, Peace and Security, Rossella Mizzo, President of Emergency, Stefania Battistini, Rai reporter and war correspondent, Loredana Teodorescu, President of WS, Women International Security, and Beatrice Vecchioni, Council Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we'll also be listening to Ida Schaffer, founder and executive director of Women Without Borders, and Beatrice Vecchioni, Council Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. So start with the introductory statements, and with this I give the floor to Vice President Spadoni.
Dear Chair, Ms. Jana M., dear Vice Minister Marina Sereni, dear panelists, good afternoon. I'm very happy to convey my greetings to this important meeting and to welcome you to our Parliament. It is an honor for me to take the floor in the Committee on Women's Rights in Euro-Mediterranean countries, an ideal forum to talk about women as key players in peace processes. Rome itself represents a special place for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, since the city has been designated as the seat of its permanent secretariat. An important recognition achieved thanks to the work of the Chamber of Deputies, the Senate, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Rome capital city entity, and the European Parliament, and which encourages our country to take on an increasingly leading role in the international scenario. Women are certainly to be protected and supported, but also to be fully valued in the processes of creating and maintaining peace. So what is the role of women in conflict situations? This is the question, and I'm sure that today the contributions of those who will intervene after me will focus on placing the role of women and their potential at the heart of the debate. The year 2000 was a turning point regarding the role of women in conflict situations. On October 31st, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1325, recognizing for the first time the role of women in preventing wars. The resolution touches on many important points. Its recitals already highlight the need to reaffirm the role of women in conflict resolution and prevention and in peace building, stressing also the importance of their equal participation and full involvement for the maintenance of peace and security. Women, therefore, not only represent a part of the population to be protected and defended, but they also emerge as leaders in the process of pacification and conflict management. The resolution demonstrates that women play a fundamental role in peacemaking processes. This is a turning point, since for the first time a gender perspective is being adopted and mainstreamed. After the approval of the resolution, 9 further resolutions on the subject were presented, and together they form the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, a milestone for the centrality of women in peace and security processes. However, if good intentions are written on paper, we must not forget the WPS agenda must not be limited to a mere theoretical exercise, but needs to be translated in good practices if it is to have positive effects on the civilian population. According to the UN Secretary-General 2020 report about women, peace and security, worldwide the proportion of peace agreements with gender equality provisions increased from 14% to 22% between 1995 and 2019, while remaining disappointingly low overall. Unfortunately, despite the good intentions and the approval of many resolutions, the world we know still lives with pockets of instability and armed conflict where women are disproportionately impacted. I'm thinking of the recent 2450 resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe on justice and security for women in peace processes, and the NATO's 2022 strategic concept, which includes, among its core tasks, the promotion of the women, peace and security agenda. However, this is not enough. Some critical voices have been raised about the statements of the leaders and the effective implementation of the WPS agenda. Let me quote one of many. The 2020 report of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, Women, Peace and Security Programme, which contains strong statements. Yet, every year, debate after debate, member states make statements in support of the WPS agenda and commit to its implementation that lead observers to believe this time they are serious about talking tangible actions. During these occasions, countries who flagrantly violate and undermine human rights claim that they are worried about the state of women's lives around the world, or express grave concern about the consequences of conflict for women, while also exporting arms that fuel and exacerbate instability and violence. End of quote. As already stressed on several occasions, peace-building processes cannot come to fruition without solid democratic institutions that embrace the values of equality, participation, and social justice. If participation in the democratic process is not effectively ensured, it is clear that the inclusion of marginalized groups cannot occur either, putting the whole process at risk. Furthermore, social exclusion and discrimination are the fuses that ignite violence and abuse. The UN has repeatedly reaffirmed the need for women to be included in the governance of a country to foster peaceful and democratic communities. However, the process of involving women in decision-making and peace-building processes is not always as smooth as we would like it to be. Therefore, the WPA agenda and policies to achieve gender equality in the areas of peace, conflict prevention and security need a different conceptualization in the future. Some of the attempts to do this focus on the conceptual framework of global care. Traditionally, the dimensions of care were addressed more in the context of global economic and social theories, or in terms of the nexus between the family, market, and state. It is only during the last 10 years or so that the concept of global care has been linked more organically to the issues of human security, peace and peace building, post-conflict reconstruction, climate change, migration, and the global health crisis, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. In this sense, care becomes the central security issue, and lack of care is part of the feminist continuum of violence. Therefore, taking care seriously as the ethical and practical basis of human security will require a radical rethinking of the nature of security and insecurity in the context of global politics. This is the only way for the WPS agenda to fulfill its original utopian role, to prevent conflicts and promote a politics of peace. In conclusion, women can become leading actors in promoting peace and security, and I'm sure that this exchange of views will contribute to a more equal, safe, and peaceful world for all. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Vice President Spadoni for these important words. At this point, I'll give the floor to the Italian Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Marina Sereni. Thank you, Jana. Thank you, Vice President Spadoni, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly glad and honored to take part in today's meeting on the role of women in conflicts. This meeting, this opportunity for discussion organized by the Committee of Women's Rights of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean could not have been convened at a more important time. We would like to recall women who every day live in a state of terror. I'm thinking of the Afghan women and Ukrainian women, but also all the women who in the world and many in the Mediterranean have to show great resilience to face up to a very difficult situation. More than 20 years have elapsed since the historic Resolution 1325 of the United Nations on Women, Peace and Security. Steps have been taken to move forward, but we still see women and girls continuing to pay the most serious consequences in conflict situations. The same occurs in peace process, even if women play a fundamental role, particularly in the context of local communities, of civil society. They find themselves in the minority when it comes to sitting at the negotiating table. And this is why the resolution Women, Peace and Security, which has already been mentioned, remains one of our most significant hopes for a peaceful future and a more livable world. We are firmly convinced that significant participation of women in all decision-making processes, particularly political and economic ones, is essential to prevent all forms of discrimination based on gender and all forms of violence. Also, but not only in conflict situations. The numbers speak for themselves. The number of violent conflicts in the world is growing in number, and therefore the protection and empowerment of women in these situations is a crucial matter today. Women continue to be the victims disproportionately of conflict situations, both as members of civil society and as refugees. Our country is in the front line with regard to efforts and resources deployed to assist victims of conflict. Our goal is to make available to them the services they need to face the consequences of violence, at times sexual violence, during conflicts. These services encompass medical, legal aid and psychological support. In conflict situations, women should not just be considered as potential victims, but also as peace builders, activists for human rights, leaders in their own communities. In other words, women ready to write a new page of their history towards peace. For this, the full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda does not only concern the issue of women's rights, but the security of society as a whole. I would now like to focus on the participation of women in mediation and negotiation processes. It is clear that when women are fully involved in peace talks, these lead to more sustainable results, because thanks to their input, it is possible to address the deep causes of conflicts. When peace accords are reached thanks to the involvement of women, it is easier for them to be attained, and in particular they are more long-lasting, they are more solid. And we believe firmly in the benefits of the presence of women in peace operations personnel, as well as in a specific grouping on gender issues for personnel involved in these operations. In October 2017, Italy promoted the Network for Mediating Women in the Mediterranean. The goal was to combine the role our country has, if only for geographical reasons, taken in the region, with the goal to promote the culture of peaceful settlement of conflicts and the promotion of gender equality. I won't explore this here, because Loredana Cederesca will certainly talk about this, but I can say that we've involved more than 60 women from more than 21 countries of the Mediterranean in this network, and we would like you to gain a better knowledge of this so that we can consolidate and strengthen it. This strategy also led to the establishment of the Global Alliance of networks of mediator women, which involves all the regional networks and the associations for the full implementation of Resolve 1325. We also found a representative in Parliament. We have decided every year to present a national action plan on women, peace and security, the last of which was approved in 2020. And the Italian Parliament has allocated €3 million for the period from 2020 to 2023, an action plan with concrete measures to promote initiatives aimed at strengthening the role and involvement of women in the Women, Peace and Security agenda. This was also an issue which was part of our mandate in the Council for Human Rights. We've strongly supported the mandate of the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on Violence Against Women and Girls, and Italy has traditionally taken up a role of co-sponsoring the United Nations resolutions on this issue. During the semester of presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe from November 2021 to May 2022, the promotion of women's and girls' rights and combating all types of discrimination against them have been two of our priorities. And in this connection, we will continue to stress in all four the importance of the Istanbul Convention, which remains the most advanced international legal instrument in preventing and combating gender violence, but including domestic violence. Finally, not least important, I would like to mention the role of development cooperation. Efforts towards women's empowerment are born in times of peace with the involvement of local communities and associations and civil society associations. The Italian development cooperation has made this topic and in general the issue of the promotion of role of women in their societies a priority in its action, both in crisis conditions where we intervene with humanitarian assistance and also in cases where we act for development cooperation. I'd like to conclude repeating once again the crucial importance of gender equality, women's empowerment, and the effective, equal and substantial participation of women and girls in all spheres of public life, particularly in decision-making processes. These are issues which have a greater impact in building inclusive, fair, peaceful and developed societies. If we do not succeed in defeating gender violence, we will never be able to attain these goals. And for this too, I wish to thank the Italian members of Parliament, but also the Union for the Mediterranean for this very important and fruitful discussion. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful meeting.
Ringrazio moltissimo.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister for her contribution. I would now like to hand over to the Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, Jean-Paul Gresh.
Onorevoli Eccellenze, distinguished participants, good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege for me today to be addressing the UFM Parliamentary Assembly Women Committee meeting, focusing on the role of women in conflict situations in this remarkable building. The high level of participation, as well as the broad spectrum of partners and stakeholders present today, attest to the importance of the subject at hand. We are constantly reminded that the Euro-Mediterranean region is facing serious challenges in terms of peace and security, be it protracted conflicts, extremism, radicalization or terrorism. In each, women and girls face significant risks. Women and men have different access to resources, power and decision-making before, during and after every crisis. Like armed conflict or any disaster, most women and girls are particularly impacted due to their status in society. The intention behind United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 was precisely to enrich the methods of peace building through the inclusion of a neglected category of peacemakers and social builders. It is an attempt to eliminate the often invisible, informal, and unrecognized role that women and girls play in conflict prevention and resolution, from peace activism to day-to-day intra-family and inter-community mediation and reconciliation. It is equally an important attempt to bring the benefits of inclusiveness, representativeness and diversity to settings and processes that are almost exclusively male-dominated. That is why protecting and furthering the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda during these turbulent times remains paramount. Establishing local and international networks, including key stakeholders, to be associated to public measures on peace and security remains crucial. In addition, making sure that women are not sideline observers, but participate on an equal footing in decision-making, including by encouraging the recruitment of women in security services. The latest report of the United Nations Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund, the WPHF, calls on the international community and the private sector to support, through a flexible and focused funding, local women's rights organizations working in crisis and conflict settings, including multi-year, institutional, core and programmatic funding. The identification of various mechanisms to empower women electoral candidates, reduce gender-based violence at the workplace, identify political, social and legal challenges, integrate gender standards into state institutions and highlight the impact of education on promoting women's participation and economic empowerment are complementary but essential tools for sustaining long-lasting peace and successfully address climate-related security risks in their communities. All this would showcase the need for the WPS agenda to consider climate change as a security issue in terms of both the immediate and long-term effects on women's lives. There exist a variety of ways, ladies and gentlemen, as to how national action plans to implement United Nations Security Council 1325 are implemented and institutionalized across countries. NAPs developed by donor countries are characteristically outward-looking and tend to implement WPS provisions through their foreign policy. On the other hand, post-conflict and conflict-affected countries are more likely to focus on implementing the WPS agenda in their domestic context, with the NAP typically being led by the Ministry of Gender or Social Affairs or a similar agency. However, growing concerns arising from insecurity and extremism, as well as new threats such as natural disasters, climate change, population growth, or migration, refugee migration issues, do not fit easily within the constraints of national borders and have demonstrated the need for a more holistic effort that goes beyond the binary inward-outward approach. To address new threats, research and lessons learned reveal that it is important to include both domestic and international elements that reinforce each other in NAPs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the UFM's work on the Women, Peace and Security agenda is concerned, let me highlight the acknowledgement made by the 42 member states within the Ministerial Declaration on Strengthening the Role of Women in Society, adopted on the 27th of November in 2017 in Cairo, of the need to strengthen the role of women in peace and security efforts by adopting national action plans in carrying out United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and subsequent resolutions, and by establishing monitoring provisions to evaluate their implementation. Ministers recognized the equal involvement of women in conflict prevention, management, resolution and peace building. The Cairo Declaration advocated for the collection of statistical data and for promoting research to understand better and to address the conditions that hinder women from participating in the construction of inclusive and peaceful societies. Then, the gathered data should be used to drive policy action and identify concrete measures such as training and capacity building programs, training in skills and logistical support for women participating in peace and security processes. The integration of gender-sensitive techniques at all stages of peace building, be it conflict prevention, conflict resolution and post-conflict reconstruction, remains key. The UFM Secretariat is a member of the WPS Focal Points Network and is currently working together with the thematic DG within the European Commission, DG Just, on a UFM ministerial declaration which is expected to be adopted on October 26th of this year within the context of the UFM ministerial meeting on strengthening the role of women in society. Ministers agree that, in the light of the various crises, including those related to health, climate change, and more recently, emerging needs like food, water, and energy security, special efforts are required to strengthen women's economic and political empowerment, as well as to end violence against women and girls in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Within the declaration, ministers are recalling the need to advance women's participation in decision-making in the field of peace and security, prevention and resolution of social conflicts, violence and extremism. Ministers will also express their willingness to support women's participation in diplomatic efforts, regionally and internationally, gearing towards institutionalizing women's contribution to peace processes. Nevertheless, such a commitment acknowledges also that despite the ambition of the relevant UN resolutions, real achievements remain limited. Despite the fact that 103 countries have adopted NAPs, increased funds have been devoted to the implementation of the agenda, several networks have been developed, still, this is not considered sufficient. In a changing world, challenges evolve and adequate support should be delivered. Finally, Increasing women's participation in economic recovery processes can only decrease threats of violence and extremism. Women play an effective leadership role in maintaining civic peace and enhancing tolerance in refugee and host countries. While many regional organizations are seeking to cooperate closely with one another, such cooperation needs to intensify with a view to gradually build a net of regional organizations aiming to, 1, improve data disaggregation, produce gender analysis, share best practices, and coordinate gender-responsive and human rights-based approaches, thus ensuring the meaningful inclusion of women, in particular those from traditionally marginalized groups, in the political, peace, and security process. I thank you and vi auguro buon lavoro. Grazie.
Thank you very much for these words. I would like now to give the floor to Honorable Joanna Lima, who is... Oh, sono passata all'inglese senza neanche accorgermene. Ritorno al mio...
Yes, I slipped into English. I didn't realize. I'll go back to speaking in Italian. And now our colleague, Joanna Lima, who is the chairwoman of the Women's Committee of the Union for the Mediterranean, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. Thank you. Let me begin by extending my greetings and my thanks to the chairwoman of the Women's Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, Madam Jana M., for having invited me to participate today. Dear guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today I wish to address you in my capacity as chair of the Women's Forum of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, whose inaugural session was held in Lisbon on the 4th and 5th of July. The Women's Forum of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean is proof that it is indeed engaged in the area of equality and empowerment of women. And huge efforts are being made in order to ensure gender equality in the Euro-Mediterranean region and in the Gulf. This parliamentary forum has an aim, a purpose, which is to examine those areas that are essential when it comes to the equality of women and how we can restart progress in these areas. So I'm referring here to leadership and participation of women in politics, economic empowerment, ending violence against women at multiple levels, and supporting the representation and participation of women in peace processes and in all security efforts at all different levels, and also to mainstream gender equality in governance and national policies. We want, therefore, to ensure that this indeed is achieved. We also wish to encourage gender equality among youth, and young leaders, in fact, are the drivers which are so essential in order to speed up progress in this area, in the area of sustainable development and gender equality. In addition, we wish to promote the integration of the disabled. We want to ensure that there is gender equality and therefore help to amplify the voice of disabled women and girls. These themes and issues are certainly the ones that we share with the Women's Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. So I do think that this is fertile ground for us to be able to work together. We must therefore establish a cooperation agreement and create synergies for our joint action in the future. Distinguished colleagues, for a number of years now, There have been persecutions, conflicts, violence, and infringements of human rights, and all of this has resulted in an increase in the number of displaced persons, refugees, in other words, all over the world. Women and girls are more and more exposed to different forms of sexual violence, and this occurs in their countries of origin as well as during their travel to countries of destination. The brutal aggression by Russia against Ukraine and the thousands of women that have been the victims of massacres and violations and tortures are simply one example of what I mean. According to the United Nations, approximately 10 million people have been forced to leave their homes since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. Women and girls account for 90% of displaced persons. This number accounts for about 25% of the Ukrainian population. As I said, there are different forms of violence against women, and these would include violence during a war, any war. In this kind of violence, we know that women and girls are at an even greater risk of sexual exploitation and violence, and they could be involved in the trafficking in persons and therefore end up being prostituted and victims of other forms of violence. Therefore, it is important to reduce to a minimum the suffering of women who are fleeing war. We must therefore consider remedies. We must take into due account their needs connected to these kinds of situations. We therefore need to adopt measures which will help to prevent different forms of discrimination, violence, harassment, trafficking, and other forms of exploitation and abuse. Additionally, we need to adopt measures so that migrant women, refugee women, and asylum seekers would be able to enjoy their human and social rights in the matter of individual liberties, employment, housing, health, education, social protection, and well-being. And they also need to be provided with information on their rights and any services that they might be able to avail themselves of, to make sure they don't feel neglected. So there are multiple challenges for the Women's Forum of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the Women's Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. Huge challenges. But I think that women parliamentarians, all of us, are indeed engaged and committed, and we can definitely make a difference for girls, youth, women, and we are there to do our fair share of the work. We must all partake equally in this effort in order to do whatever we can to support girls and women who need us all over the world. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks for the words of President João Paulo Lima. This brings us to the end of the introductory portion of our proceedings. Before moving to the second part of our session, I'd like you all to come here. Up here, we will have a group photograph with everybody. Then we'll start with the first session of the panel discussion on our topic.
Chiedo gentilmente a tutti.
So I'd like to ask everybody to take their seats so that we can begin our first session on our topics.
Ok. Perfetto.
So I'd like to thank you all for this after this brief break. Now I'd like to move on to our first specific session on women and social conflicts. And I would like to give the first floor to Ouided Bouchamaoui, representative of the Tunisian National Dialogue Quartet, 2015 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, and who's had a very important, if not essential, role in helping Tunisia to overcome a period of crisis in the Arab Spring, supporting the passage of the country towards democratic procedures and allegations. President of UTICA, the Tunisian Union of Commerce, Crafts and Industry, the first Arab woman to be elected to this position. And Jeune Afrique has identified her as one of the best 25 best businesswomen in Africa. And in 2014, she won the Oslo for Peace Prize for her work at UTICA. And with this, I give the floor to Ouided.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great honor for me to be here and to address in front of this August Assembly. I think there are many paths to peace. Voices for peace are heard here and there, but unfortunately there is no miracle solution. The quest for peace must be a mission for each of us because the boundary between peace and conflict remains fragile. Our century, just as much as the previous one, is paved with tragedies. The COVID-19 pandemic, underdevelopment, poverty, exclusion, unemployment, intolerance, social tensions, conflicts, wars, and terrorism. The topics of solidarity and peace have never been felt so intensely and seriously. We are constantly reminded of their importance by these daily tragedies which occur in the four corners of the planet. We must be united against atrocities, ignorance, decadence, fear, intimidation, and all those who want to sow terror. Progress in terms of peace must not, however, disgrace reality, because this progress remains precarious and, above all, the gray areas continue to dim their light. This is why each will contribute to this peace, and even if each country, each culture has its own characteristics, we must establish a base of shared values. It is essential to appeal to the universal conscience because we cannot avoid the clash of civilization by imposing on everyone the same thoughts and the same belief. The COVID-19 crisis is an illustration of this. This pandemic has affected everyone on various aspects of human life around the world. In fact, it has forced more than half of the world's population into confinement, exposing the weaknesses of our societies, governments, and public services. Many populations are still unable to access the necessary care with, for example, the vaccine. This health crisis has amplified a social crisis already present, but it has also revealed many associations that have worked and are still working in the shadows to support fragile population. But it's never enough. The causes of this social crisis are still not dealt with effectively. In our daily struggle against all these problems, we can only wave the banner of peace. We do this by promoting all the values underlying living together, such as tolerance, acceptance of others, regardless of their differences of nationality, race, faith, or skin color. This mission, easy to formulate but definitively complex in its realization, should not frighten us. We are all, at different levels, pacemakers and not passive spectators of evil and hatred of the other. Yes, our collective ambition is that of excellence, that of a better life, where day after day we work to establish and promote human rights and individual freedoms, to strengthen the principles of injustice, democracy, equality, tolerance, and dialogue. That is to say, how much our action, both personally and collectively, is shot through with uplifting and conviction and necessary and saving humanity in the face of the major challenges that we have to face and which are, like so many ones, threatening peace and many countries today. Because what is at the heart of the culture of peace is precisely the collective ability not to despair of peace, to make it an horizon of the possible and not just an ideal, to build the arguments and not only to describe the assets and the benefits. Moreover, peace and democracy both depend on several very complex factors, such as our history, our experience, our beliefs, our expectations, our hopes. And there is no doubt that there can be no peace if women's rights are not respected and if their voices are not listened to. Employers' organizations, professional associations, and trade unions play a key role in promoting gender equality, and the fight against discrimination and social dialogue contributes to improving working conditions, to reduce the wage gap, and to promote equal treatment and opportunities. When countries are in crisis, the individual and collective efforts of the social partners can be essential for the recovery and the creation of a long-term resilience. However, many women continue to face discriminatory laws and regulation at all stages of their working lives. 56 economics, all regions of the world and all income levels combined have not adopted any reform in 10 years to improve equality of opportunity between the sexes. Asset management, an area of the index that examines gender inequality and property rights, is particularly lagging behind. In general, women are underrepresented in decision-making positions in employers' organizations, professional associations, and trade unions, and also in negotiating terms and in dialogue institutions, social, while a balanced representation will allow decision-making process to take into account the perspectives and different needs, which would lead to a stronger recovery. Our modest experience of national dialogue in Tunisia has taught us that when the will lends itself to it, living together is possible. It's thanks to dialogue, to listening to others, and to the common desire to overcome our differences that we have been able, with our social partners, to get our country out of its political crisis. I'm going to be quick. That's okay? Okay. On July 29, 2013, an extraordinary milestone was reached when two historical adversaries, the Union and the Tunisian Confederation of Business, decided to combine their forces for the good of the country. two other well-established groups are and respected, the Tunisian League for Human Rights and the Tunisian Bar Association also joined us. The employers and the union have understood that the interests of the nation took over our egos and our different positions. The initiative was returned public and placed under the aegis of the coalition of the four groups of the civil society called the Quartet. We have become pigs to save our country. We have proposed negotiation between the government and the opposition to resolve economic and political crises and internal forces that paralyzed the country for months. It was a long and difficult process, more than 1,700 hours of meetings, 24 political parties, and the results is there, one roadmap signed by 21 political parties, one modern constitution, transparent elections, but it's not enough. Our rapprochement with the labor union has spared our already battered country, and it was for me as the president of Tunisian Confederation at this time to have this kind of particular relationship with union, because I believe that we need to discuss together and to sit around the table and to put all the problems on the table. This is for our prosperity and for the prosperity of our companies. I did not prevent us, however, from sometimes we have some different, different interests, but we had to be together. I think we have this. This example was for me was a kind of new way of dialogue, because we have in both sides, men and women, who have this the will to discuss and to accept each other. Now, what we can do, what we do for women, and to to have more women and to in companies and to defend their rights. I think it's very important to promote an inclusive response to crisis through social dialogue, with representation and women's participation in social dialogue institutions at the national level. Employers' organization, professional association, and unions can work with the government to design a reconstruction inclusive and policies and approaches to rebuild more resilient economies that empower women, promote their full participation in decision-making processes, and improve the results of companies, workers, and workers. Here are some examples of action for employers and organizations, professional associations, and unions. First, promote gender equality within their own structure. For example, by adopting a strategic objective to have a gender diversity policy, staff training on gender equality issues, the introduction objectives to achieve a gender balance at all levels, or the revision of the criteria for membership in. To encourage more women business owners to join. Second, to coordinate with women's organizations to help them give input into negotiations and developing inclusive policies. Three, creating data and knowledge, sharing good practices, and promoting inclusion and advancement of women in the workplace. Fourth, the strengthening of advisory and training services for their members on gender equality and lack of discrimination. It's also important to develop the role and the responsibilities of employers, organizations, association professionals, and trade unions in crisis management. The last point is the employers' organization and professional association could work together to identify the needs of businesses and to help them establish gender-responsive policies and practices such as flexible working arrangements, child care, and temporary accommodation units for overworked carriers, and other services to help this crisis and to reduce, the crisis that affected workers and their families recover. I think that's just small ideas and some small points, what we have to do, I mean, to offer this kind of social dialogues inside our companies. I'm ready if there are some questions about my own experience. Thank you so much.
Ringrazio molto Ouided.
Many thanks to Ouided, not only for having explained her experience of Tunisia and providing constructive proposals, also in the area of inclusiveness and cooperation there. And obviously we'll have some time later for questions or statements. On this, I'd like to move on to our second speaker, Snammaragi Anderlini. I'd like to thank her. She's a teacher, a trainer, a writer on peace promotion and construction. She contributed to the approval of Resolution 1325, Peace and Security for Women, and she's first in the mediation standby team of the United Nations. She founded and currently is CEO of ICANN, International Civil Society Action Network, which includes international independent organizations led by women active in 40 countries who promote peace and prevent violence. Sam also leads the Center for Women, Peace and Security of the LSE, and she has 25 years experience as a peace builder, working in crisis contexts on violence and cases of extremism and violence, and works with UN and NGOs. She's also authored books and articles on gender issues connected with peace and security. Thank you very much, and I give her the floor. Molte grazie. Nel 1978 le donne erano per strada e protestavano contro lo Shah che Plaza de Mayo, Argentina. Nel 1978 le madri protestavano ogni settimana ed erano una delle forze chiave che hanno
front line of the first Intifada, able to navigate the public spaces and move and organize in ways that men could not, because Israeli forces would arrest and beat the men. Israel in the late 1990s, the Four Mothers movement, protested on the streets and faced their own military generals demanding the army's withdrawal from Lebanon. Liberia, Philippines, Colombia in the 2000s, Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, Syria, Yemen in the 2010s, the United States, the Me Too movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, ending gun violence, and of course reproductive health rights. All of these movements have been women-led. And now as we gather here today, in Sudan and Myanmar and Sri Lanka, and of course in Afghanistan, women are on the streets without guns, demanding change. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here with you today to speak on this timely and critical topic of women in social movements as they relate to change. It's a topic that's close to my heart because I was 11 years old when the Iranian Revolution started. We went to the streets to observe it. Many women were out on the streets demanding change. And it was a good lesson because the first thing that happened when the Islamist forces took over was to take away the rights of women. And the most powerful force in Iran for transformation, for non-violent transformation in the last 40 years is women, generation after generation after generation. And they're doing it non-violently. I wanted to share with you my thoughts on what I've seen in the last 25, 30 years that I've been working, why we ended up getting, mobilizing for 1325 back in 2000. I started this work in the 1990s, and in 1998 we had the first meeting of women from around the world talking about their experiences of war and conflict. We had women who had been fighters, we had women who were survivors of violence, and we had women who were peace builders. And there was no lexicon, there was no framework for us to actually bring women's experiences into the international space. That's why we went to the Security Council and drafted the first resolution before it was watered down by governments. And at the time we asked for benchmarks and action. and immediate action. And of course, it's been 25, 22, 23 years, and I'm still saying many of the things I said in those days. But there are lessons to draw, and I wanted to share them. So, what are the things that we know about women in social movements? At ICANN, I run a network. We have members in 40 countries, many of your countries. They are all locally rooted indigenous women-led peace movements. They have been active in promoting peace, promoting equality, addressing violence, and very importantly, engaging and promoting trying to address the rise of extremism, ethno-national, faith-based extremism, which is very targeted towards women. These movements, whether they're the white right or whether they're jihadis or whether it's the Hindu nationalist groups, they always have misogyny as a core ideology. They want to co-opt women, they want to coerce women. They understand that women have influence in society and they want to either suppress that woman or take it for their own movements. So my partners are active on the ground in 40 countries, and I'd be happy to tell you more about what they're doing. What we see repeatedly is that women emerge, women are angry, women want change, women demand justice, women are at the forefront of the climate change and environmental movements, actually, around the world. Yesterday in Chile, a new constitution emerged. 50% of the people who were involved in drafting it were women in civil society, and they put the importance of environment at the heart of their new constitution. In South Africa, women were involved in security sector reform. They actually went and asked their people. They said, what does security mean to us? This is important. We live in an era right now where we're spending over $2 trillion on weaponry because of the Ukraine war. But is that the answer to bringing security to us globally? I live in America. We have lots and lots of weapons. We did not have COVID masks. We don't have enough food for people. People are going to food banks. So what is security? These are the kinds of questions that women ask when given the opportunity to be engaged in public spaces. When they mobilize, we see a few things happening. Number one, when women-led movements or women are prominent in movements, and I think Tunisia is a good example of this, whatever the issue is that they pick up or they're addressing, the movements are non-violent. We have women joining violent armed groups. I'm not saying they don't, but when women lead, when it's women's movements that are challenging the status quo, it is always through non-violent transformation. This is important in our times. The second thing that we see is that women's movements are highly inclusive. And by that I mean that anywhere I've looked around the world, when women have been engaged trying to address a dictatorship, or as I said, the Intifada, they were protecting the men. They addressed the needs of everybody in their communities. Even internationally, back in 2008, when we got Resolution 1820 addressing sexual violence, we as women were saying men are also victims of rape. Governments didn't want to admit that, but we were saying it. And so we had to change the language to not just say women and girls. They didn't want men and boys, so we said people. We had to do gender-neutral language, but it was a way of opening the door for men to also stand up and say, this is the kind of harm that we also experience. But until then, men would not address these things because it's such a taboo, right? So we are inclusive in the way that we think about things. But we're also very deeply challenged. Over and over, we see that even if women are leading the movements, even if women have been the first ones to stand up in Sudan or elsewhere, once the dictatorship or the authoritarian state falls and a vacuum is created, two things happen. Other forces, whether better resourced, more violent, more repressive, take over and push the women back. They say to them, you've done your job, go away now. And secondly, the international community, the minute it starts to engage, it completely marginalizes and erases women from the picture. I was working at the UN when the Libya revolution started. We kept saying, please talk to the women of Libya, engage them. And they were consistently excluded. And yet they were really at the forefront of much of the change that's happening. Same with Yemen. So there's a tendency for the international community to go and look for the real politicians. They don't think of women in civil society and others as leaders. And this is a real danger. Another challenge that we see is that if and when there is a movement and we see the influence beginning to take shape, the backlash against women is violent. Right now, today, and as I sit here, I have partners whose children have been killed because of the work that they've done. We consistently get, even I get attacked on social media. We get highly sexualized types of attacks in social media and other spaces. It's very dangerous work. It's very, very dangerous work. And the opposition that we see over and over around the world is now highly organized. If you think that the Taliban is bad in Afghanistan, imagine what it's like to be a young American girl now who may not have access to abortion, even if she's raped. These are forces that have been working for 50 years to get what they want. And there's an alignment that's happening. And so we have to be very, very conscious of what it means to want the transformation we want, but know who is out there and how much resistance there is. In Liberia, women have been in politics for a long time, and the levels of violence against women in public and in domestic spaces has gone up because we have issues with men not wanting to take authority from women. So yes, we have cultural problems, but the cultural problems don't sit with us. It's really about how our young men, our boys, are being socialized. What is acceptable behavior? What does it mean to respect women? I come from a country where you're meant to respect women, your mother, your sister, your grandmother. What happened to that? These are some of the things that we have to think about, because our cultures and our traditions are not all bad. There's plenty of good that comes from the sources of our culture and our traditions, and yet that's being forgotten. And the sad thing that is happening is that anytime we say, well, where are the Yemeni women, or where are the Syrian women, or where are the Afghan women, the narrative that we hear repeatedly is that, oh, it's their culture. Women are excluded from the peace talks because it's their culture. Well, if it was culture, it should look different in Colombia, in Egypt, in Nepal, in Afghanistan. These are very different cultures. The real issue is that the peace table, these places where peace and security are being discussed, these are places of power. And they don't want us there. That's what we have to understand. They don't want us there because we challenge them. We challenge their perspectives. We challenge those who are being violent to their own people and their own societies. And they don't like that. In Nepal a few years ago, there were 8 parties. The war had been going on for 15 years. There were 8 different political parties. They disagreed about everything. The one thing they agreed on was the exclusion of women from the peace talks. This happens repeatedly. So we have to know what we face, and we need to find our allies, and our allies need to stand with us, because what we're asking for is not just for women. We're not just asking for peace or democracy or environmental protection for women. We're asking it for men. We're asking it for our boys. We don't want our boys to go off to war either. That's the radical equality that we're fighting for. So what does it mean in terms of your work and my work? I run a civil society organization, and honestly, since COVID, we have seen 2 things. The international community is not there when you need them. There is deep racism. And what happens is when a crisis hits, it is at the local level that people respond. We saw women run to try and solve the problems of COVID. In Yemen, in Cameroon, they didn't have water and soap. The World Health Organization was telling us to wash our hands with soap and water. My partners were saying, we don't have water, we don't have soap. The women started making hand sanitizer using alcohol and aloe vera. They started making masks. Then people started not having food, and the women started doing food bags. Then we heard about domestic violence, and it was women who were dealing with the domestic violence. So what we've seen is that at the local level, women, peace builders, women's organizations are doing the work, and they're not getting the help they need. What we've done at ICANN is we've launched something called the She Builds Peace campaign, and the idea is to give recognition to women who are doing peace-building work and enable them to be part of their own communities, deeply locally rooted, spreading locally, but also connecting them globally, because we need the solidarity together. This is really important work, and I think that going forward, whether it's about food, energy, water resources, social cohesion in your societies, it is going to be us at the local level doing it, because the multilateral system has failed us systematically. And in terms of what it means for parliamentarians, you play an amazingly important role because you can ask the questions. You can ask, where are the women? Where are the strategies to make sure that our humanitarian assistance or our development assistance is actually reaching and including women in the decision making and in the delivery? You can ask the questions of where are we spending our budgets? What does security mean? Are we spending it on weapons or are we spending it on education and health? All the things that security addresses. So you can ask the questions and you can demand it, you can help with budgets. You can also make sure the delegations that are being sent out to different countries from your country also include women in them, join them. Why do we send all male delegations to talk to all male Taliban delegations? If we're telling them, treat your women equally, what legitimacy do we have if we only send men? So we should send delegations, and anytime you go anywhere, make sure that you're reaching out and talking to the women's movement on the ground. Ask them what the issues are. They know it, they care, they are committed, they're risking their lives. And it's important, and I'll end here, it's important because, and this is going to be an unpopular thing to say, since the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which basically the country I live in now, United States and others, want to forget. They just want to ignore and pretend that it's in the back mirror. Since that happened, by virtue not necessarily of the military issues, but by virtue of the failure of diplomacy and the politics behind it, by virtue of excluding women and ordinary Afghan people from the discussions with the Taliban, even from the spaces and places where the discussions were happening, we have unleashed 3 hardly fathomable geotectonic shifts. And this is what's shaping this next decade of our lives. 1, transnational extremism is on the rise. Jihadi movements in the Philippines and Indonesia and elsewhere have looked to the Taliban and they've been inspired. They can do it, we can do it. Already we're seeing in the Philippines, legislation to try and address child marriage is being challenged now by hardline clerics. So it's coming, this is happening. And we're seeing it, we've had white supremacist movements now collecting and meeting across Europe and America and so forth. So transnational identity-based extremism is there and they don't like women's rights. Second, we're seeing the rise of authoritarianism and militarism. I don't have to go very far between Ukraine and many other countries where we're seeing this. And it's coalescing with the time that we've had the war on terror agenda and the shrinking of civic space. Only 3% of the world's population live in places where civil society has freedoms, that we can speak freely. So freedom of expression for me is no longer about my right, it's literally my responsibility because I'm speaking on behalf of others. And the third thing is our multilateral human rights norms and women's rights norms have been shredded. They evacuated cats and dogs from Kabul, not women. I'm evacuating women and children. Right? So how do we stand and say we stand for women's rights when we didn't do this? It really is time for us to recoalesce, and as parliaments and parliamentarians, you play a pivotal role in all of this. Governments come and go, but parliamentarians, as elected legislators, you can set laws that put into the foundations of what we need going forward. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, Sanam, for your very interesting contribution. I just wanted to say one thing. It is a very complicated moment for all of us in this world. They should ask women what we think security is. Maybe the world would start changing. It would look different, and the institutions as well. What I'm trying to say is that this Committee on Women's Rights wants to be a forum for listening, but also for taking action. So we're listening to all these contributions today. It's a wonderful opportunity for us. So let us pick up the main issues and make sure that we are engaged. I agree with Sanam when she says that women parliamentarians do have powers, but we also have the right to demand, to expect certain things, and to be in the forefront of this effort. So this is what the focus of all of us and of what the focus of this committee should be as well. So let me now hand over to the final speaker of this session, who is participating remotely. Women Without Borders is the organization that she created in 2001. It's an international organization with multiple projects that help women all over the world to become emancipated and supports them in the event of any form of violence and extremism. And in 2008, she received a Käthe Leichte Award in Austria for gender equality and research, and in 2011 she was included among 150 movers and shakers by Newsweek, and in 2010 she was included among the 21st leaders of the 21st century by Women's E-News. Recently she was included in the Daily Beast list of World's Women of Consequence 2014 and is currently a member of the Council of the Civil Society for the Global Community Engagement and Resilience Fund. Thank you for being with us. Over to you, Edith.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Excellencies, honorable deputies, fellow speakers. It is a special privilege to speak today in this place and on this panel in particular. While I was preparing for the speech, I found myself struggling to put together a talk that reflects the gender challenges that matter in practice, to address acute challenges that go beyond everyday political rhetoric. As we all know, and we talked about it today already, we heard about it, we have UN resolutions, we have national commitments, action plans, and we have general international consensus that support women in social conflict situations. And this is important and necessary. This is the basis for moving from understanding to social change. And I trust that everyone here appreciates the importance of moving women's rights forward. So we have all this knowledge of grave gender equality imbalances. We have the data, the studies, the ongoing evaluations. And we also know that they point to more or less the same dynamic. More recently, they are suggesting a widespread rollback of women's rights worldwide. We see this unfolding before our eyes, despite the resolutions, despite the goodwill. And we fall short of sufficiently acting on what we know and what we see. We see that what happens when we do not act on our commitments. Women are left behind. Worse yet, they easily become collateral damage, forgotten and made invisible. And the most recent stark example of this is Afghanistan. It is an extreme example that shows that we're not supporting women seriously enough and determined enough in social conflicts. For me, speaking to women, to young women of the resistance across Afghanistan over the last year, has felt like a journey back in time. This generation is living through a rollback to everything their mothers have been fighting for. For women, Taliban 2.0 has been no different to Taliban 1.0. So what can we do? What can we do? First, I see that we need to acknowledge that how the setback of women's rights and freedoms are destabilizing factors in any society. This is a tragedy for Afghanistan, but it affects all of us globally, as we can see now with the changing laws across the Western world, particularly in the US. This is front and center to preventing and reducing social conflicts. This is not merely an add-on in action plans and policies, not just a feather on our policy caps. National and international communities have the power and the responsibility to challenge the rule of strongmen and autocrats who invade and terrorize whole countries. So I strongly believe in society, in the power of society, but I also strongly believe that the international community has to do more and has to do something more tangible. I would like to briefly reflect on how women in Afghanistan have found ways to live with social conflict. And I will focus on Afghanistan because the time is limited and I think this is such a pressing issue. We have to deal with it and we can't shut our eyes anymore. Indeed, women have to find ways to maintain some kind of normalcy during the darkest of times. In the 90s, the takeover by radical Taliban forces was definitely a turning point. Women positioned themselves to resist. But they did not do so as traditional fighters. And I think this is so interesting. Women's resistance is very different. They did not arm themselves and go into the mountains to ambush their enemies. No, instead they hid their cameras under their burqas, secretly filming public executions of women. They smuggled these recordings over the border and created a wave of worldwide solidarity. I think we all remember what happened 20 years ago, how exciting it was and how proud we were of these women. So Western governments, civil society, Hollywood, all stood up against the inhumane treatment of women in Afghanistan. And we then saw, a few years down the line, how the Western alliance entered the country to oust the Taliban. We remember that liberating women was high on the agenda alongside justice, democracy, human rights, education, and prosperity. And these were the promises projected in cinemascope around the world. Afghan women were flown around the world to stand and be celebrated at events often featuring remarks of head of states and the global feminist elite. They were all there. Afghan women's efforts during the first Taliban era were being celebrated worldwide. Of course, we saw the strong conviction of women to overturn patriarchal doctrines. There was also fear of change within families and society overall. Absolutely, that was there, that is still there. Following the first Taliban era, terror also did not disappear. It was always there, and it's still there, of course. Even so, a window had been opened, and I think this is so crucial. We have to stand by to help to open this small, this moments where the windows give the opportunity to look to the other side, a hopeful glimpse into the future. Yet violence remained a constant companion of daily life. And women did what they have always done and what they always do, bravely helping to build a new society. They entered parliaments, schools, universities with great energy. But however, they and their families paid a high price. While they worked to build a new Afghanistan time and again, they were confronted by a wall of tradition and terror. So having said that, and reflecting on the past and on the dynamics of the last 2 decades, where do we stand now? Also, the Taliban are now once again back in power. I see how women are once again creating a movement. They are taking charge, proving that women can be the basis of civil society, that their demands and efforts need to be amplified. This is our responsibility. So we must shine a bright light on their role as civil society actors, challenging the ongoing repression and exclusion of women. Despite everyday experiences of violence, women are at the forefront. They demonstrate courage, endurance, often at the risk of their own lives. In Afghanistan, and I think for this reason it is such an important telling case study, women are becoming the face of resistance. They are continuing the global fight for women's rights, even while the West is now long gone. Let us remember, women are targeted in times of war and conflict. There is an arsenal of gender-based violence ranging from rape to humiliation. This is happening in Afghanistan on a daily basis now. We must not ignore this, and we must also recognize women beyond victimhood to support their agency as change makers and security allies. Women should be acknowledged as potential peace builders in their local communities and at higher level negotiation tables alike. After all, the state of women's rights everywhere is a stress test for our democracies. I think this is very, very important. Giving up on these movements also means that we're giving up on what we believe in. So why do we need women as our allies as they need us? I think it's a two-way road. Simply put, the world is witnessing a country emerging that is driven by violent extremist ideologies. As we have learned once again, fending off the allure of extremism ultimately has to come from within. I mean, this was maybe the mistake that we did not listen. The international community offered kind of too much or in a wrong way, listening to what is happening within, listening to the voices of the women. This is only possible where individuals are resilient enough to see through false promises and propaganda, where the resistance is the counter-narrative. And wherever we see women persevere in the face of terror, we must support these voices of dissent, so they do not go unheard, so that the contribution of upstanders is not falling on deaf ears. This is our opportunity to be part of peace building and change making there where it is potentially, where there is a potential, where there are opening moments. And the doors are closing very, very fast. The mantra, we do not negotiate with terrorists, that's interesting. It may have been a wise one to follow in the absence of terrorists at the peace table. Who would be left? Perhaps it is time for the women of Afghanistan to make an appearance from exile and from within, to make any perks to the Taliban conditional on the inclusion and participation and guaranteed protection of women, and particularly of the women in the underground who lead this movement. We can set conditions from the outside, close the book on hostile negotiations and regional peace dialogues. Perhaps the West can in earnest stand with the women of Afghanistan. We in the West should recognize that women of Afghanistan at the forefront to see their resilience at long last. We have to recognize them and take them seriously as leaders. And they pay a high price. I had these conversations over the last year on a weekly basis with the young fighters as they kind of frame themselves. And sometimes I was talking to once I was talking to a young woman, she was whispering, I could hardly understand her. And she said, I'm hiding at a cousin's place and I have to be careful because somebody might pass by and hear my voice. A few days later, when our contact wanted to put us in contact again, I heard that she disappeared. So this is what is happening on a regular basis. Beyond Afghanistan, I think we have to focus in a systematic way to advocate women-led bottom-up approaches to address social conflicts across the board. And this is what we at our organizations are doing over the last 2 decades. This requires tools and confidence training in their context. I think this is very important, that not too much can come from the outside. In this way, we can support, and it is really about thinking hard what we can do, how we can contribute. We can support women and learn about dynamics that should reach the policy level. In the absence of this, we risk remaining in our own algorithmic loop of misinformation and remain inadequately informed. More practically, what is needed are local networks of women that are connected through a common approach on local levels. My organization is trying to do this in part through our Mother Schools Parenting for Peace programs, which we started 10 years ago, and which we have implemented in 16 countries across 3 continents. The Mother Schools is an educational model that builds up the confidence and skill set of mothers to become leaders in their homes and communities. And this is so important because these mothers have influence, and these mothers need this education, this reflection themselves when they connect with the young generation. We work in environments where the cultural and societal norms tend to be a stop factor to the positive agency of girls and women. It's an educational model that supports role model potential. I think we have to focus on the potential role models, not only in the urban settings, but across the various localities. In this way, it is also a generational effort that works to ensure that in the long run, women reach the decision-making levels and that they are accepted and welcomed there, whether in municipalities, and I think this is an enormous, important starting point. In parliaments, of course, on the global platforms. But the jump to parliaments and global platforms is only happening for a small group, probably. So because there are so many hurdles and it takes so much, it asks so much. I think focusing on the local settings is a good way, and this will bring change. This could be in the long term an avalanche of change. So the mother schools is a method to support more disenfranchised women in harder to reach corners of our societies. And if we continue to provide such alternative educational platforms, we're supporting current and future generations in their effort to create alternative visions of societies without extremists, without extremist ideologies, here at home in Europe and abroad at the same time. And right now, to conclude, the women of Afghanistan are our wake-up call, a test case for our democracies and our value system. So I think we have to reflect on this, and listening to the news coming out of Afghanistan, we have to be aware that it is not enough to say it is so difficult, we can't do anything. They are in the hands of autocrats, in the hands of an terrorist regime. We have to find ways. If we mean peace and peace building and empowerment seriously, we have to stand by them and work on strategies and mobilize everything from civil society to the communities, international communities and agencies we have access to. Thank you very much.
Ringrazio molto.
I wish to thank you, Edith, for your contribution. So we have come to the end of our first session of this afternoon, and we want to make sure that we stick to our schedule. So I am going to give you a chance to ask maybe 2 or 3 questions on this session, because at the end of each of our sessions, we will have time for some Q&A, for an exchange of views. So I've already received a request for the floor. We have someone who has a question, and we can take maybe 1 or 2 more. I would say a total of 3, so that we can finish on time. Firstly now, Lucia, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, Lucia da Silva from Portugal. Over to you for your question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. It is the first time that I have the honor to participate in a meeting of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean, and in particular of the Committee on Women's Rights in Euro-Mediterranean countries. So please allow me, first of all, to extend my special greetings to all of you, and to thank you very much for your engagement. And we are, in fact, deeply engaged in this issue. Dear colleagues, women, even though they represent half of the world population, women and girls continue to be the victims of inequalities and have to face many challenges. We know that we have a huge wave of migration. We have displaced persons, especially in a war context, and this is a huge problem. Gender inequalities exist in many areas of the world, and even in Europe and in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Women and girls are not always able to enjoy their fundamental rights, and in fact there are cases of discrimination and of violence. Armed conflicts have a devastating effect, a disproportionate effect on women and girls. During wars, they are often victims of sexual violence, of rape, and domestic violence as well. Now, it is important to attenuate the negative impact of armed conflicts on women. In order to do this, we need a gender perspective, and this needs to be mainstreamed in all public policies. These are policies that are important in helping us to resolve the consequences of these conflicts. Dear colleagues, we must define the engagement in favor of equality and emancipation for women. And together, we can hopefully achieve a society where there's equality between men and women in the Euro-Mediterranean area. Women are always underrepresented in political and economic circles all over the world. Therefore, we need to make decisions which will help us to guarantee the representation of women in politics, and women's issues must be taken into account. Members of Parliament are able to increase this representation, this engagement, and the emancipation of women, therefore. This is an essential committee. It can foster dialogue on women's issues, and it can engage women themselves in the UFM Parliamentary Assembly. So it is essential to do this in order to promote peace, security, and stability in the region. We parliamentarians are faced with very important issues that impact our lives, and therefore we have to use all the powers that we have received in order to ensure parliamentary cooperation on these issues. Members of Parliament, therefore, are essential because they can foster a pragmatic parliamentary debate. We need to share the responsibility in our societies. The chair of the committee has made proposals, and I'm very enthusiastic and wish to support them. It is an important basis for our work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie mille per
Thank you very much for your contribution. And if we have another request for the floor, a question for one of my our speakers, I'll take you two. So Algeria first, and I would ask you to introduce yourself first.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين الحضور.
In the name of the merciful and gracious Allah, I extend my greetings to all of you. Madam Fatima, member of the Committee on the Rights of Women of the UFM, it is an honor for me to be able to speak to you today about the role of women in conflict resolution. In 2022, we are celebrating the adoption of Resolution 1325. Women's leadership is very important, and in fact, we participated in the drafting of this resolution, which acknowledges the role of women in achieving peace. This is a political commitment which is essential. 22 years after the adoption of this resolution of the Security Council, it is clear that there are still multiple areas that we need to keep focusing on. There are networks and organizations for women's leadership, and in fact, they continue to participate in peace building in different regions. Now, women account for 1/2 of the world's population, and Algerian women have suffered, and they continue to suffer because of French occupation. And women have played an essential role in peace building, with Jamila Brouhidere, who is a female icon of the liberation of Algeria, and Zuhour Onessi as well, who is the Minister for Social Affairs, and she's very well known because of the work that she has done in favor of women. In Algeria, we have many women who have worked over time and who have been engaged deeply in order to build up peace. The constitutional amendment of November 2020 paved the way for female representation in local councils, for example. And this was also thanks to the open lists, which make it possible for women to participate equally, women and men. And therefore, we've enshrined the principle of this kind of democracy, and we've opened the doors to women. We want them to be able to access the world of politics. Women also need to participate in civil society. In fact, women work for national and international organizations. In particular, they work in rural areas on teaching reading and writing in order to increase literacy rates and to make it possible for women to act as mediators in conflict resolution, family conflict resolution. In addition to this, my presence here today, together with all of you, bears witness to this achievement. Now, on the role of women in the military sphere, especially in the medical sphere, well, there have been many women who've participated in these activities. The President of the Republic, Tebboune, has just appointed Hazaj, who is a woman, as a member of the military establishment. And this was done on the occasion of the commemoration of the 60th commemoration of the birth of our country. Women can now participate at all levels in society, and women will therefore be able to play an even greater role than before in peace building in our country. Thank you for your attention. My greetings to all. Thank you very much. And now I'll hand over to Jordan. Please state your name before making your comment. Thank you. In the name of merciful God, I wish to extend my greetings to all of you, and I thank you for your invitation to be here today. We've gathered from many areas all over the world, and this is the first time I'm able to participate as a representative of the Jordanian Parliament. I represent women within the Parliament. I've been listening carefully to the words of my colleagues this afternoon, and I truly enjoyed what was said by Madam Sima Sanam, who spoke very clearly about what we must do. But to change the condition of women, we have to address the following questions. The first is, how can we change the culture existing in our societies so as to be able to ensure that women have a more prominent role? Because in each society we have different cultures, but we have to foster a culture that is willing to allow women to be present and representative at all levels, political and so on, because women are an integral part of society building. We must also encourage countries to include women in the economic sphere, because whenever a woman is in a stable economic situation, she can play an even more prominent role at multiple levels. This is why governments must support this role. And in addition, we've got to find solutions which are concrete, for women's problems. We know that when there are conflicts, women are among the first victims, and children as well. It is therefore essential to support women, because they are the ones who try to protect their children in whatever way they can, their children and their families. Women, however, and because of this, are always the first victims in these events, in these conflicts. Now, women are the ones who raise their children, even their boys, and they, in the future, might turn against women, and instead we must enhance their role in our society. So we need constitutional amendments. They might help. For example, in Jordan, we've made some progress. Just a few months ago, for example, we added to the Jordanian constitution the concept of equality between men and women, so gender equality. We amended our constitution to include that, to reflect that, and we've also supported the participation of women in political parties. We also advocated the presence of women in the political sphere, in fact. So we're asking all of our countries to respect the role of women. And we've shown through research that women in power are less susceptible to corruption attempts compared to men. We live in a globalized world now. Therefore, we need to envisage the presence of women at these different levels. We've got to understand, however, that there are different cultures in our societies, as my colleagues have pointed out. And when we speak out without taking into account these different cultures, we're just wasting our money and we're wasting our funds. So we need to engage in dialogue with people. The more there is dialogue, the more understanding there will be for all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I do hope that peace will be enforced all over the world. Thank you. And before our break, we'll have one more contribution by Egypt, and then perhaps you might keep other questions to the end of the next session. So Egypt has the floor. I would ask you to be concise, please. Thank you. Madam Kamal, member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. Dear colleagues, I wish to thank the UFM for having fostered this dialogue. I must say that all the contributions have been useful indeed, and I wish to thank all the persons who are present today. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to illustrate our viewpoints. I would simply like to say something about the efforts being made in Egypt in trying to support women. Egypt has been trying to improve the situation that women are in. Egypt is one of the founding members of the UN, and it has its vision of what needs to be done in this area. And Egypt has adopted Resolution 1325 of the Security Council of the UN, and in May of 2019 we launched a national work plan for the implementation of all the resolutions. This is done by cooperating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Women's Council. The Women's Council launched a campaign in cooperation with the United Nations in order to enhance women's leadership and women's participation in institution building and in peace building in general. The National Women's Council also launched a campaign in cooperation with the UN in order to include the work of women, the contribution of women in peace-building efforts. This is what was done in 2017 in particular, and it emphasizes the role of women in the fight against extremism and terrorism. And this was done in order to guarantee that women can indeed participate in peace and security building, and that they can participate in international work or activities. Because these are efforts that are important. So we perhaps will need to amend some laws that do not allow for women's participation. And perhaps we need to reconsider the quotas in the executive power, but also in the local councils to ensure female representation. So we've emphasized the role of the religious institutions as well, because we want to overcome this. We want to come issues pertaining to violence against women in these spheres as well. So the Parliament is supporting the role of women in peace-building efforts. And since parliaments are essential and can play a huge role, we can adopt measures in order to support women in this forum. And we can also ensure women's participation in peace processes and in post-war rebuilding or reconstruction efforts. In addition to all of this, Egypt has worked hard in order to repatriate people who have been forced to leave their homes, their countries. We've adopted long-term strategies in order to support and promote the economic and social rights of women. And in this way, we can hopefully meet their needs. Furthermore, women should be allowed to participate at multiple social levels. So there's a great focus on the role of women in our country. And to conclude, I will say that hopefully my country will become an example of a society which is peaceful and where there is no violence. With that, I wish to quote our President Al-Sisi: "It is not possible to guarantee democracy without protecting the rights of women." Thank you. Yes, now I will allow you to ask the first question in the next session. So if you all agree, we can end this first session. We will take a 15-minute coffee break now. We'll have some coffee served outside, and I would ask you all to return in 15 minutes so that we can begin the second session. Thank you.
Ok, perfetto.
So let's start our second session, which focuses on women in armed conflicts. It's a very demanding topic, which concerns women both as victims and also in actors against violence, but also as promoters of settlements of conflicts. Our first speaker, I'm very glad to have with us, is Irene Fellin, NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. Irene has more than 15 years' experience in consulting for United Nations agencies and other international agencies. She's also been for the Institute for International Affairs in Rome and at Brussels, and she's been decisive in coordinating the Mediterranean Women's Mediators Network, which is promoted by the Italian Foreign Ministry. Thank you for being with us, and I give the floor to Irene.
Grazie mille. Eccellenze onorevoli, per me è davvero un piacere essere qui oggi. È la prima.
Thank you, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today. It is the first time that I am here in my own country, in my new position. I left Italy in January. I was the activist representative of civil society, a peace promoter, and I'm back today with this very prestigious position. And I must say that it is a different perspective. It's a different way of analyzing the women, peace and security agenda. So this afternoon, I will try to explain to you through a different perspective what we do at NATO and what my role is and how I will pursue my mandate.
I took my post mid-January of this year, only 6 months ago. And my experience to date can perhaps be described in two concepts: reality check and transformation. First, reality check. When I took up my post, NATO has just recently withdrawn from Afghanistan. The alliance had been present for nearly 20 years under a United Nations Security Council resolution. For NATO, Afghanistan has been an important theater. This is where we started integrating a gender perspective in our operations, and this is where we deployed the first gender advisors. Access to education for Afghan girls and women had been one of the biggest achievements of grassroots advocates supported by NATO's engagement in the country. But since the Taliban takeover, NATO has suspended all support to Afghanistan as a partner, and the speed with which household progress for women and girls was reversed was and still is disheartening. As I said, NATO is no longer present in Afghanistan, but this doesn't mean that the very soon 32 countries that make up the alliance are not concerned and committed to support Afghan women and girls in the country. And so what I can do in my role is really to support national initiative and be close to any kind of grassroots and also political initiative that it's taking place right now to protect the rights of women and girls in the country. Then, just a few weeks after I started my post, Russia invaded Ukraine. Sadly, as expected, the reports of sexual violence and suspected trafficking started to emerge and still do on a daily basis. As of 3rd June, the UN received reports of 124 alleged acts of conflict-related sexual violence across Ukraine. We have to assume that the figure is much higher. While there are some reports of sexual violence against men and boys, women and girls remain disproportionately targeted. And like the women and girls in Afghanistan, the women and girls in Ukraine are victims of armed conflict. But armed conflict is no longer an isolated threat. It is no longer enough to end armed conflict so that sustained peace can be rebuilt. Armed conflict generates other forms of instability, but can also be a consequence of other security threats that drive prolonged fragility. If we take a moment to reflect on recent and current global events, if the throws to continued violent conflict, there has been also increasing climate change disaster, mass displacement and movement of people, cyber attacks and disinformation, food shortages, over 2 years of a global health pandemic. The increase in and convergence of such events present even bigger challenges. and even greater risk of compounded and prolonged instability and fragility, the impacts of which transcend borders. Civilian populations are being increasingly targeted, prolonged instability increasingly exploited. We see that clearly in the way Russia conducts its war in Ukraine. The loss of livelihood, separation of families, displacement, scarcity of essential resources like food and water, the lack of health services, the immeasurable loss of life, this all has an overwhelming and lost-lasting toll. This is a reflection of the ever-complex and changing nature of the security challenges we all face today. Security challenges that women, most of the time, bear the hardest. But we know that women also face heightened insecurity and conflict with unwavering courage and resolve. They are survivors and agents of change, powerful change. The reality check of the shift in the security dynamic for NATO and the international community forced me to reflect on what more I could do in my own capacity. As a woman engaged in support mediation and peace building, I consider how to best create space for all women in conflict within and beyond the areas where NATO operates and maintains partnership. I brainstormed with my team on how best to operationalize NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda in conflict and crisis situations, and I set out to consult with Afghan and Ukrainian women in my networks to best understand their needs and frustrations. And so my vision and priorities for the next years of my term came to me as three key concepts: direction, dialogue, and disruption. First, direction, ensuring that both WPS and human security would be appropriately and adequately represented in NATO's new strategic concept. The document is the cornerstone guidance for the alliance for the next 10 years. 15 years after NATO adopted its first policy on WPS, it was important to finally move towards codifying WPS as who we are as an alliance, as a reflection of our common values. From a human security perspective, work was needed to define an approach for NATO to ensure that our vision of human security is specific to the alliance, that it's coherent, and that it complements our priorities going forward. In advancing WPS and human security at NATO, I intend the South and the Mediterranean will be part of my priority while maintaining a 360-degree outlook. Specifically, with respect to WPS, our work in the MENA region in the past years includes working with Jordan to renovate a military training center for women, organizing events to exchange experiences with many partners. There is increasing interest and demand from several MENA and ICI partners, namely Tunisia, Morocco, and Kuwait, to engage more closely with NATO on this issue, to build knowledge, enhance capacity to implement, and to engage in broader and inclusive dialogue. This demonstrates the potential of WPS to build and bridges, enhance partnership, to pave the way for sustained peace and stability. These are important opportunities not to be missed, and they must be leveraged and furthered. And to be fruitful, dedicated funds are needed. You, as a parliamentarian, you have influence on that at national level. Let me turn to my second priority, dialogue. It should remain intentional and inclusive, meaningfully engaging with stakeholders across political and military spheres. Importantly, dialogue must continue to raise awareness of the roles of contribution of women in defense, peace, and security. Drawing from my personal experiences and passion, I aim to place greater emphasis on mediation and peace building as part of managing and preventing crises. These are areas where women's full and meaningful participation is essential, as we have heard before. And I will continue to advocate internally and externally for the recognition of the struggles and agency for women everywhere. Lastly, disruption. It focuses on integrating gender perspective throughout all that is emerging, from hybrid threats and new technologies to climate change and even resilience. Doing so will yield inclusive, sustainable solutions, preparing the alliance to address the challenges of today and for the next decade. Welcoming innovative ideas and working with the youth will also enhance NATO's work on WPS and human security and shed a new light on how we see security. This is what I have set out for myself, my team, and for the alliance. recognizing the challenges that would emerge and the changing security environment throughout which NATO, its allies and partners must navigate. But even within this turbulent time, progress has been made within the alliance. As I mentioned, for the first time ever, WPS as well as human security are reflected in NATO's strategic concept. This represents a monumental shift, a transformation for NATO for the entire decade to come. They are codified as cross-cutting issues, which demonstrates NATO's recognition of their need to be integrated into each core task of the alliance. We know that topics like WPS often get siloed. This language helps to combat an echo chamber effect and encourage mainstreaming across all levels and activities. The Alliance further agreed to advance gender equality as a reflection of our values, and that this is reflected 15 years after NATO adopted its very first policy is particularly noteworthy. Agreement was reached at NATO's approach to human security. This consensus lays a foundation for our upcoming policy work. Of the 5 human security domains, namely protection of civilians, combating trafficking on human beings, children and armed conflict, conflict-related sexual violence, and cultural property protection, some of the area 3 have agreed policies and the others need still to be developed in the coming year. These issues are essential to NATO when it deploys on missions and operations and help us defend against threats and protect our population. Importantly, gender perspectives are integrated throughout the Alliance work on human security to ensure that women, men, girls and boys are equally taken into account. Formal work aside, I also want to share with you a particular highlight for me. I convened a meeting with women ministers of defense and foreign affairs, the first event of this kind to take place at a NATO summit. It brought together our women leaders to discuss bold ideas for our future. This meeting was aimed to celebrate the highest number of women ministers the Alliance has ever seen, 1/3, 20 out of 60, yet called attention to the fact that we still have a long way to go. Women around the table shared similar remarks relating to deepening gender analysis of cyber and hybrid threats, as well as the need for all women forums to align on priorities and strengthen actions around them. This NATO summit that took place only 2 weeks ago was considered transformative given the current security climate and because consensus was reached on direction for the next 10 years. In light of solidification of WPS and human security as key parts of that direction, I couldn't agree more. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I know that while significant gains were made in recent months for WPS at NATO, the bigger challenge is still ahead, to ensure momentum and follow throughout on commitment. Beyond NATO, for all of us working to advance gender equality and WPS, there is more to be done in recognizing where we are and what the next steps towards widespread stability look like. Part of this is to continue to amplify the voices and perspectives of women leaders in a space that supports networking and provides solidarity, such as what we are doing here today. We must be aware that the new generation is looking at us, and then we need to lead by example. Thank you.
Grazie mille per...
Many thanks for your statement, Irene, and also the fact that also with regard to the presence of women in the decision-making positions as ministers or in other important areas can be a point on which our Commission can dwell. Now, apologizing to our colleagues who are connected remotely, let's give the floor to Rosanna Micha, who has a master's degree in humanitarian assistance in 2000 and since then has been working with the NGO Emergency. And she's responsible for Afghanistan and Sudan, where she's followed heart surgery department, and she's also been entrusted with the coordination of humanitarian office with mandate supervision of all projects in the world and relations with international organizations and authorities and governments with which the organization is working. She's now become responsible for development and she's become president of emergency since 2017. Thank you very much for being with us. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Not very well, to be honest. I'm very happy to take part at this meeting, not only because we're talking about women, but also because I've heard a lot of talk about Afghanistan, and I'm very glad of this because Afghanistan has been somewhat forgotten by public opinion. Apart from a few weeks ago with the earthquake, people tend to forget that there are 35 million people in that country and that they're still paying the price of 40 years of war. Emergency, very briefly, is a humanitarian organization which was set up in Italy in 1994 to provide surgical assistance to victims of wars and disasters, and also to provide solidarity and to protect human rights. In these 28 years, we've treated more than 12 million war victims. And we have realized that in all contemporary wars, as was mentioned, 90% of victims are civilians. So people like us in Afghanistan, Yemen, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Iraq, 9 out of 10 cases. Sorry, but when the speaker moves away from the microphone, she becomes inaudible. And they are either direct victims or indirect victims. This war, alongside wounding and killing victims, destroys infrastructures. So infrastructures providing education and healthcare for women can be destroyed. Afghanistan's an example, because 4 decades of war have erased many infrastructures. And if we think that it's been estimated that the average adult women mortality is 50% higher than that of men, which means not only do they die more because of conflicts, but also because a lot of support systems to women are destroyed. We have 3 hospitals in Afghanistan, in the north, Kashmir, Kabul, and in central Afghanistan, and 40% of our patients are women or girls. And from 2003 to 2020, in the Kabul hospital alone, there's been a 196% increase in women who with war wounds, mines, bombs, bullets, but also by unconventional weapons, which are now beginning to be widespread. But alongside these wounded women, we've also treated women who, because of war, were unable to access health care since 2003, we've opened a hospital for women in Panjshir, where more than 60,000 children have been delivered. And this is connected to a network of clinics in 18 places where there are obstetricians we've trained. Thanks to this hospital, which is wholly managed by women, we have succeeded in allowing the patients to access safe deliveries, but also to give a significant social role to women who had been cast aside because of social taboos. All of the staff in the hospital is made up of women, young women who've also decided to challenge the cultural traditions of their country to try to build a future and to contribute to their society. 2019, we published a report which analyzed the factors which made it difficult for women to access health care, and the first element for 40% was security. So war not only wounds and mutilates people and makes them escape. Think of the dozens of thousands of dead in Afghanistan over the years, and the more than 5 million refugees and the uncounted number of wounded. They also mean that people who need other kinds of treatment can't access these structures because the conflict underway prevents them from accessing these structures, and also because there are no safe structures. There are no arms in our hospitals. Those who come in, even if they're soldiers, national or international, have to leave their weapons outside. And this means that there's acceptance on the part of local communities, because it's also important to involve the men in the community to strengthen the component and to guaranteeing a safe setting without weapons, where women act directly, providing free care but also training to staff. Even today, with the Taliban's in power, where women can be trained as specialists, gynecologists, obstetricians and nurses. And this means that even when the Taliban's arrived, the situation for our staff and for patients in all our hospitals remained unchanged. So women continue to come to the hospital. The hospital never stopped functioning to work or to receive treatment or be supervised. And we also have family planning services. The average age of our women who come to give babies from 18 to 30 have an age of 16 each. So undertaking family planning involving men was a major result. And today, after the ascent to power of the Taliban is still operating, and our women, 55% of the women working at our hospital were the first in their family to get a job, and 53% earn more than their family. This means that even in the most remote communities, for example, in a province called Guistan, which is very poor, very remote, where 17 out of the 50 women we had interviewed are from, the it was inaudible. And this means guaranteeing security, guaranteeing participation of women, guaranteeing training of women. One can have an effect where the armed conflict is added to the very difficult cultural situation of women. Even in those situations, you can work for cultural empowerment for women. And women can also be important in promoting peace and resiliency among the local communities, even the most traditional. However, this requires participation and presence alongside these women of the international community. It's difficult for them to achieve this on their own, and it is essential, therefore, to remain in the country. It is possible. I was in Kabul in April this year, and I spoke to everybody, including the Taliban authorities. We traveled inside the country to visit some of our most remote clinics. And so the transparency and perhaps the need to have health structures which can guarantee treatment and training can be things which transform societies even in a conflict situation. And so this is the basic message I would like to leave with the members of parliament who are listening and to all the authorities. It's difficult, certainly. Sometimes the obstacles seem to be unsurmountable, but speaking with many of our Afghan colleagues, for the first time in Afghanistan we've opened a school for anesthetists and reanimators, and 50% of those following this course are women, who and they've asked us not to leave them alone. So I'm very glad to have been invited, and I hope that increasingly we'll be able to speak of the role of women, but that we also can do things alongside women and help them to become factors for transformation of their societies, also to build peace, which I think is the first goal of all, because without peace it's difficult to remain alive. And so this is the goal which we set ourselves with our work. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille Rossella, grazie per il vostro lavoro. Quando io all'inizio...
Thank you, Rossella. Thank you for your work. When I was introducing best practices, for me this is an example of why we can not only work for communities but also give hope. And so in this presentation this was very clear. It was a very important message. Let's move on to a final speaker, Stefania Battistini, who is a RAI journalist and war correspondent. And so the importance of journalism in war situations, who is speaking to us from Ukraine. She graduated at Central Communications, is a professional journalist and currently works for TG1, and she has shown great courage and professional skill in a number of complex situations, such as Kurdistan, Syria. Currently, she's an envoy in Ukraine to cover the very complex situation of the civilian population. Let's see whether we can hear her. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, very well. Thank you. I'm very glad to be with you today and to speak to you from Ukraine.
I got here on the 10th of February and there was no war yet. And we were in Donbass at the time, and they were telling us that there were 7-year-old children who were taught how to hold weapons in case in the future they might join the army or the police. And in the meantime, I was thinking of the women who were coming to work in Italy. They left their children and their sons and their husbands in Ukraine, and basically they left their families there to create another future. And they didn't know that 10 days later, more or less, there would be a conflict devastating their country. Now, women in a war situation have always had... Can you still hear me? We're seeing a video, actually, at the moment. Yes, okay. This, right, this is a video showing the work of the resistance. And we filmed this in Dnipro when the war broke out. It was like a couple of days later, and we saw these women taking to the streets. They brought down with them plastic bottles in order to build Molotov bombs with their children. There were little children who were putting the styrofoam inside those bottles. And in the Second World War, we know that women had an important role. A Nobel Prize winner told us, in fact, about how they were nurses and how they did all sorts of things. But then they were flying planes, they were driving tanks, and this is what's happening in Ukraine. In fact, the officers in the army are telling us that there are 37,000 women involved in the conflict against Russia. About 20% of the soldiers are women. These are official data from the army. And they started operating, in fact, militarily in 2014 after the Maidan revolution and the war in Donbass. And starting in 2016, they implemented reforms in order to modernize their military establishment, basically. And that way women had high-ranking positions and were also able to receive salaries that would take into account the risks they were running by participating in those operations. Now, there are 1,000 women who are commanders. This is also an official number. Now, of course, this isn't a huge number, but it is important to see that women are prominent, in fact, in their societies. When there are emergencies, they acknowledge that they play a fundamental role. Of course, that's an emergency situation. And what about after the conflict? These women must continue to have leadership roles. Instead, they are often forgotten. Now, here we have a story. We filmed this story which talks about women's participation. We see mothers who had to give birth to their children under the bombings, and women who decided to pick up weapons and participate in the resistance movement. These women, especially the resistance fighters, make us wonder about what's going to happen after the war to those women and to their children. So let's have a look at this story.
Intanto, ecco, volevo
Okay. I think the video is just about ready.
Sotto le bombe, tra il suono delle sirene, la vita che vince nonostante tutto a Charkiv.
Si chiama Eva. È nata il 4 marzo.
La vita che vince attraverso le donne che combattono, come Tatiana, che ha fondato questa comunità per aiutare altre donne.
È morto marito e lei è rimasta da sola. Lei è rimasta incinta con 2 bambini, è venuta da noi.
Vorrei solo che la guerra finisse. Vorrei la pace per l'Ucraina. Grazie.
Donne che non si vogliono arrendere, fanno rete, hanno costruito un castello di letti per salvare questi bambini, molti con disabilità cognitiva. La Fondazione Dognocchi le aiuta.
Abbiamo adesso 40 bambini con le mamme che vogliamo portare in Italia perché ci sono bambini malati. Abbiamo fatto 2 o 3 prove quando c'è la sirena, quando c'è pericolo e abbiamo perso questi bambini.
A 8 mesi sono venuta qui per salvare la vita ai miei piccoli. Non ho i genitori e mio marito è andato al fronte.
Un altro tipo di resistenza, le giovani donne di Dnipro in piazza a fabbricare molotov, mamme che portano i bambini a sbriciolare polistirolo per le bombe incendiarie. Nessun bambino dovrebbe crescere così, dicono. Ma io faccio qualunque cosa per aiutare il mio paese. Ho 18 anni, sono qui per difendere l'Ucraina, i nostri soldati, il nostro esercito. Non abbiamo paura, non ci arrenderemo.
Io devo dire
I must tell you that it was quite striking to see these 18-year-old girls out in the streets building those Molotov bombs that they were going to throw at the Russian tanks that were on their way into these cities and towns. And these children were being denied their right to a childhood. I mean, with this aggression that took place right before our eyes. There's another issue that's already been mentioned by the other speakers. Violence, which is used as a war weapon. So we have another video to show you on this as well. Now, we received the reports of the Ukrainian Commissioner for Human Rights when the Russian troops withdrew. That was the end of April, of March, early April. And they told us that there had been many incidents of violence. But before providing the numbers, I think there were 900 reports only up in the north of Ukraine, 900 cases. And we waited to talk to the victims and their family members. And we were able to hear their testimonies. And they all said that there was a systematic violence that they were using as a form of weapon. So they weaponized violence, basically.
3 soldati russi hanno rapito mia figlia Natasha e l'hanno violentata. Era il 9 di maggio. Sasha, il marito, gli ha urlato: prendete me, lasciatela. Ho sentito clic, poi si sono portati via la mia bambina. Io sono corsa da Sasha, era ancora vivo, faceva questo suono. Ma quando gli ho alzato la testa c'era un buco, il suo cervello, sulle mie dita. Con lei c'era la nostra vicina, Victoria. Le ho viste andare via, col fucile puntato alla schiena.
Queste 2 donne violentate solo a Bersianca, un villaggio di 4 vie. Difficile calcolare quante volte sia accaduto altrove. Valentina pianta fiori per cercare di attutire l'orrore. Riempie la casa di peluche. Accanto c'è Borodianka, l'emblema del male russo per Zelensky. A 2 passi il quartier generale russo di Bersianca. L'hanno portato qui. Queste 2 donne le hanno violentate.
Io le ho viste, sa, quando le hanno prese. Natasha piangeva. Erano 3 russi. Si sono fermati per prendere una terza donna, ma quando l'hanno vista le hanno detto: sei troppo grassa, non ti vogliamo. Si è salvata. Il soldato che le ha violentate aveva 17 anni, l'età di suo figlio. Ho preso questa icona e ho pregato che non prendessero i miei ragazzi.
Sono gli uomini oggi a dar voce al dolore delle donne. Sono loro stesse a chiedere che il mondo sappia.
Una di queste 2 donne è mia moglie, Victoria. Prima hanno sparato per terra, poi l'hanno portata via. Erano ubriachi. È tornata 4 ore dopo, tremava. Non aveva più la stessa voce. Ci siamo messi sul tetto, io e lei, vicini. Mi ha raccontato tutto, le tenevo le mani. Ero grato solo che fosse viva.
Clearly, there will be international investigations conducted because these are war crimes, and we won't only be following them as journalists, but there will be official investigations. Now, some of them are minors. They don't all have the courage to tell their story, but we've been asked to try to cover those stories as journalists, and then the criminal courts will as well. And the civil society is asking us to support these women and these girls, especially now that there is a stalemate and the war is going to be a protracted one, apparently. So it isn't just a logistics issue. Also psychologically, we've got to think about what the women will be doing afterwards. I mean, there is a gender parity now during this emergency phase, but it has to be sustainable, long-lasting, and we don't want to go back to the previous mentality, which was way too backward, where women didn't have an equal role in society. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for this statement. I'd like to thank you for your courage and for this coverage. And I'd like to mention that statistics show that the first victims of wars are civilians, women and children particularly. And so this shows how important it is to ensure that all wars and this war end as soon as possible to protect civilians, first of all women and children. These pictures are very moving. No wars lead to peace. War should finish in Ukraine and everywhere else. All other wars should also cease immediately. Thank you very much. So we're at the end of our second session, and now I'll leave the floor to you with the possibility to put questions to our speakers and our guests. I had already listed Spain as the first speaker, and others who wish to speak, please raise your hands and we will note you down. I'll try to speak Italian. Good afternoon. I think it's essential for women to increase their power in the political arena so that they can take decisions on defense matters. When there is an armed conflict in a country, all of society is affected, all of it. In Spain, many women from Ukraine are arriving whose courage is admirable. They do not want to wish to leave their country, but they have had to survive, and they continue to find the strength to carry on. With regard to social matters, I wanted to say that obviously in the countries where women are not given all rights, it is necessary to work to ensure legal equality, where all women have a value and empowerment. But in countries where there is legal equality, we still need to work to ensure true equality exists, making progress in terms of balancing work and family life so that women have children. They should not have to renounce caring for their children and having a career. And we also need to ensure that young women also study technical courses, university courses like engineering, because these are the careers with the best future. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I've got the floor to Morocco. Thank you. I'd like to talk to you about a very important subject, namely the role of women in armed conflicts, both internal and external ones. Allow me to think aloud. Finding solutions and having a real vision and finding solutions is essential. We've listened to many statements, but there is still a long way to go, particularly if we consider the terrible conditions women face. I think it is essential to apply mechanisms, because we are speaking of a UN resolution from which national decisions stem, aimed at solving women's problems. There's a clear vision on the part of the King of Morocco, Mohammed VI, who has given priority to women and has adopted a number of laws, including the family code, together as quotas for political representatives. Our goal is to improve the presence of women in our society by overcoming the social obstacles and prejudice in society, which is exploited by men in society. Often it's said that women are too emotional and cannot take certain decisions, and therefore it is essential to guarantee greater protection to women. We, as members of Parliament, wish to have to give greater protection to women through laws, both internationally by means of agreements, but also nationally by means of laws. We also wish to have penalties. This in response to what was said about Ukraine. It's very important to pay damages to women who've been mistreated. Furthermore, immigrant women, I'm now working in the area of politics, and I live in the area of Morocco bordering Algeria, and I see the suffering of women who are forced to emigrate. Women want to have peace and a peaceful life and don't want to emigrate, but they're forced to do this because their men want to emigrate. Living in a border area, I think that borders should be opened worldwide, because closed societies like Afghanistan, for example, cannot provide services to women. It is essential for us to stand together and to use mass media and politics in order to serve women. Thank you. Egypt. I shall speak of the means which can allow women to take part in the peace process. Women play a very important role in this process. There are very important mechanisms to involve women in peace processes and negotiations. These means are effective participation in negotiations as members of delegations, but also allowing women to take part as observers and take part in mediation action, because this will make it possible for women's interests and needs to be taken into account, and also allow women to take part as experts, which will allow them to work with the people. And we'll say something about the efforts in Egypt to ensure the participation of women in all processes, political development and other. The Egyptian leadership, represented by our President al-Sisi, has given great importance to the strengthening of the role of women in order to bolster peace. Considering the history of Egypt and the fact that it is a Mediterranean country and a UN member, Egypt is considered one of the countries which has ratified Resolution 1320 of the UN and has adopted the Women's Agenda. In May 2019, it launched a national work plan which aims at applying these agreements with the participation of the National Council for Women and the International Center for Peace in Cairo. The International Center for Women has launched a campaign with the cooperation of the United Nations geared to strengthen the role of women to consolidate peace and security. In 2017, we adopted a plan which places an emphasis on the role of women as advocates of peace and as contributors to social mediation for peace. The points I would like to put to your attention is guaranteeing the participation of women in peace and security negotiations. Governments who work to sustain peace should ensure effective participation of women. Secondly, supporting the participation of women at all levels on an equal footing with men, and adopting the quota principle to encourage participation of women at parliamentary level and in local authorities, together with all the negotiations and associations of the of the government, so that they can become active partners in the process to strengthen peace, security, and freedom and democracy. Thank you. We also have another request for the floor, but Turkey. Yes, Turkey.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ben Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nden Bursa Milletvekili Mustafa Eskin. Şimdi tabii kadınlarla ilgili bir forumda Ve kadınların çoğunlukta olduğu bir toplantıda bir erkek olarak konuşmanın önemli olduğunu düşünüyorum.
I think that it's very important to speak as a man and Turkish member of parliament from Bursa at a meeting where we speak of women, because we should not just speak of women's rights, but it's a matter of human rights. So I thank you very much for having raised the issue of human rights a number of times, and the importance of what women deserve in this very justified battle you're undertaking. I've been an activist for human rights, and I have taken action in Turkey and abroad for recognizing rights of people, and especially of women. Certainly there are many factors which influence women's conditions, but we can also talk about external factors linked to these processes. Many have spoke about Afghanistan, Iraq and Iran. There have been many examples, as seen in Ukraine, and disadvantaged groups are the ones which are particularly affected by the negative effects of war. We've also spoken often of civilians, and among civilians the highest losses and the highest impact is on women and children. So I believe that sanctions are due in order to protect victims of war, and particularly women and children. Many people have lost their lives because of armed conflict, and Turkey is one of the countries which has in its past, in its history, experienced this great loss in human lives. Currently, Turkey is paying the price for prolonged conflicts in other parts of the world, because currently Turkey is the country which hosts the highest number of refugees. More than 4 million people are currently currently receiving safe haven and protection in Turkey. So for us, Turkey is is a very important commitment. Our president has often stressed the importance of putting an end to this war. We know the great numbers of people have forced to move, and these movements will truly bring countries to their knees, and we are mobilized, and we can only work on the measures, and we can only support with all our force those who need us and our help. And where millions of women and children lose their lives, we need to take very concrete action at the UN General Assembly too, which our president attended. He directly stated that the world is big, the world should be bigger than the five, the world should become a fairer, more humane and more stable place. Thank you very much for listening, and my best greetings. Thank you very much. I don't see another request for the floor. We're running a little bit late. Perhaps I can put you on to the next session. The next session is on conflict resolution. So thank Irene and like the other speakers. And I'd like to close this session. And at this point, I open the third and last session, asking the speakers to join me here at the podium.
last but not least. Perfetto.
Excellent. Well, we can now move on to the third and last session. We will be focusing on the role of women at the peace table. We will try to see why women are systematically kept at a distance. They're either excluded, but we want them to be peace promoters and actively involved. Our first speaker for this session is Loredana Teodorescu, who is the current chair of WIIS Italia. She's an expert in European policies, immigration, the link between home security and foreign policy. She's been dealing with the gender issues internationally. She's been the Secretary General of WIS in Italy, actually since 2020, and she founded the program of mentoring global women leaders, which she is currently coordinating. She's running the Secretariat of the Global Alliance of Regional Women Mediator Networks for WIIS Italy and other initiatives as well, such as the Task Force for Afghan Women, and she works with experts and networks. She actively participates with the Fundamental Rights Platform of the European Agency for Fundamental Rights. Over to Loredana for her contribution to this session. Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I wish to thank you for having invited me to this very interesting meeting, and I'll switch to English.
And also to see many women who inspired me as well. I had the chance to closely work with Irene Fellin in the past. We shared some important projects. I had the chance to have different exchanges with Ouided, with Sanam, with the Vice Minister Sereni. So we are, I would say, we are on the same page. So I will echo somehow and we stress some of the concepts they already expressed. But I would like here really to bring my own experience as, first of all, as President of Women in International Security Italy, which is the Italian chapter of a global network which is dedicated to advance the leadership of women in peace and security. In our network, we are really convinced that peace needs women, and we need their expertise, their views, and also to face the current challenges, we need an exchange to bring new ideas. And this is the spirit who drives us in our initiatives which are aimed to highlighting the role of women as actors of change, at promoting a reflection on the added value of female leadership, which are aimed at pushing the women peace and security agenda and reinforcing networks, and also at supporting the younger generations, for instance, through mentoring programs. But I'm also bringing here my experience as related to the networks of women mediators, as I'm the head of the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, which is an initiative launched by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2017 and then implemented by WISE Italy and Istituto Affari Internazionali. So I would like to touch mainly upon three issues: women at formal peace tables, and then second point, the contribution of women to peace processes, and then the role of the Women Mediators Network. So first of all, women at formal peace tables. So this afternoon we are talking about conflict prevention, about peace, stability, development, but how many women are really seated at those tables where decisions are making, where dialogues, peace dialogues happen, where peace processes are negotiated? We know that numbers are not encouraging. They are still very low. We are talking about 6% of women mediators, 13% of women negotiators in the last decades. And this is an issue which involves us all. Women deserve a place at those tables. And this is really because this is beneficial for the whole society. It's not just an issue of gender balance or human rights. We know that having women at those tables bring different perspectives, different views, so the decision will reflect our collective aspirations. We know that women's participation has also a broader effect because it has a direct correlation with the sustainability of peace. When women are involved, we have more chances to have peace agreements which are longer, which are more sustainable, because they really address the root causes of conflicts and yield more sustainable results. Secondly, if women are involved in the processes, the chances of reaching an agreement that is more gender equitable is also higher. And third is, of course, an issue of democracy, because the consensus is reached by dealing with different voices. I think that involving women means also benefiting from their experience, from their expertise, their talents, their competence, their knowledge. Let's not forget that women know the cultural context and how to talk with the local people, which is an invaluable resource in the peace processes. So including more women, I would say, at peace tables means giving a chance to an inclusive and longer peace. However, so participation of women is a pillar of the 1325 resolution of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. We had progresses, important progresses, especially in terms of normative, of legal framework. Some countries are talking about a feminist foreign policy. Some others are acknowledging that in order to face the major challenges of our time, we cannot act as business as usual, and we really need to recognize the women's role. However, as I was telling at the beginning, numbers are still very low. Women at decision-making level in politics, formally involved in peace processes, are still underrepresented, undervalued, and this affects all our efforts. This is undermining our efforts to have a secure and peaceful society. And I think that this is particularly relevant for the Mediterranean region, an area which has witnessed an escalation of conflicts, with power and security vacuums, social upheaval, economic crisis, but also an area which has observed a wave of civic engagement, with women often as key actors, despite being underrepresented, especially in foreign policy and security and diplomacy. So if I look at the resolution after 22 years, I think that the resolution has yet to fulfill its potential. And this is mainly related to the mindset, to culture, as was highlighted, so patriarchal mentality, culture, biases. But I think that this is also very much related to the political willingness. So we really need to work more on the accountability and to ensure the relevant actors make good on unfulfilled commitments. And there is an increased accountability in the implementation of the resolution, because for the moment we have good and nice words, but these words are struggling to become a reality. And then I was highlighting the low number of women engaged formally at peace tables. But I would ask, are women really absent? I would say that they are rather invisible. This means that women can always be found, but not always seen at the forefront of the local conflicts and violence prevention. They work beside the formal tables, they facilitate dialogues, they create the premises for peace, they build bridges, connections, they often work with local communities to strengthen their resilience and also to restore the social cohesion. And this is something that we really need to recognize. So their work is often neglected, but the role these women are playing, especially in dangerous conditions, needs to be recognized together with the expertise, their knowledge, their experience, which is very useful to peace negotiations. Some of these women are part of the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, which is composed today of 60 women from 21 member countries. Among those women, again, Irene Fellin, who was instrumental in establishing the network and then coordinating it. Also Ouided, you had the pleasure to hear directly from her. But to give you an idea of those women, we have, for instance, Edita, the only women negotiator in the Balkans, Karma, who we launched the hashtag #DiploWomen to talk also with the younger generation. We have Rida, engaged to promote inclusion of the younger generations in Libya. Farida and Zineb, working in Morocco and launching now the first network of Moroccan women mediators. Leah, who is working in Lebanon to help its country reconcile with the past. These are just some of the women, but I think that they clearly show us the contribution that they can bring as actor of change. We need to tell those stories. We need to change the narrative, showcasing women's essential roles as actor of change. We need also to support the work they are doing at local level. And here I think that it's really important to connect the different agendas. So for instance, working on the triple nexus between humanitarian aid, cooperation and peace promotion, I think it's is going in the right direction. Because if we work on peace and on security and on stability, we also need to foster the social and economic development of those countries. Finally, it is important to keep women globally connected and to stress and reinforce the connection between women at local level and the political level. And in this sense, I think that the networks of women mediators are playing really an important role. In the last 6 and 7 years, different networks were created at regional level. The Mediterranean Women Mediators Network is one of them, but we also have, for instance, FemWise and the Arab Women Network in the Mediterranean region. The Mediterranean Women Mediators Network was launched, as I was saying, by Italy, recognizing clearly the role women can play for the stability of a country, of a region which is really strategic for Italy. We are proud of the results we achieved so far. New members joined the network. We established local antennas in Cyprus, Kosovo, Lebanon, and Turkey. Now we are working more closely with Morocco, as Morocco launched its first national action plan on women, peace and security. Training, capacity building, as well as networking opportunities were provided. Moreover, our network is working closely with the other networks, and together in 2019 they launched this global alliance of regional women mediators network. The idea is really to amplify our message, our voice, to create different opportunities to connect women at different levels. Based on the lessons learned and on our experience, I would say that the added value of those networks is not only in terms of numbers, because as I was saying, the numbers are still very low, but these networks have been and are still very useful as a way to enhance the influence of women throughout peace processes, as a way to develop also alternative political solutions to conflicts, as a way to provide a rich source of information and expertise to connect women, to also contribute to change the narrative, to give visibility and a voice to those women. So the added value relies also in the diversity, in the inclusivity, but really relies on the women who are part of those networks, because they are showing very clearly that we have women experts and they deserve to be at those tables. So we need to listen to those women and to use this collective voice also to push governments to really work to advance the women, peace and security agenda and to develop different synergies. I think that there is still a lot of potentialities. There are still a lot of potentialities there that need to be developed. We need funds, and we need to connect those women, women mediators network with the political level and the international community, which means, first of all, recognize the important work these networks and these women mediators are doing. As Afghanistan was mentioned several times, let me briefly mention an important project which WISE Italy has been developing in the last year, together again with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is a task force including Afghan women who have held high-level and senior-level positions at the political, diplomatic and negotiating level. Many of those women are unfortunately in the diaspora, but they feel now a sense of responsibility. And we think that it's really important to hear from them, their needs, their perspectives, to really benefit from their expertise. And then we think that we should then plan and design our our policies also based on what they are telling us. And then this task force is also important to reinforce the sisterhood, the solidarity, the experience sharing among women. So we are connecting different women mediators across the globe with those Afghan women. I had the chance to meet many Afghan women thanks to this project. I'm impressed by their strength, their courage, their willingness and determination to make their voices heard and to bring a change in their country. So I think it's really important to support women's need, but also to address this untapped agency. To conclude and to sum up, despite important progress, we definitely need to do more to fully and meaningfully include women at formal peace tables. This is related to the change of mindset, but it's also, and most importantly, related to the political willingness. So we need to make accountable the governments for their commitment, and we need also to have more women at the different decision level, because in the end, everything is very connected. But at the same time, we also need to recognize the work women are already doing to contribute to more sustainable, peaceful and resilient societies, concretely supporting their work and creating a stronger link between them and the political level. And for those objectives, women mediators networks play an important and essential role, so we need to create more synergies and engage more the international communities also to support this kind of initiatives. This is a collective work that we need to do all together. I think that the war in Ukraine and also the different wars, crises and conflicts everywhere remind us that peace cannot be taken for granted, and that we really need to work all together, women and men, of course, for peace and security, and also to promote a new paradigm in the international relations. So the way we do cooperation, we do humanitarian assistance, we do foreign relations in a way that should reflect a gender-sensitive approach and a rebalanced power dynamic. Women, again, women are powerful actors of change. They play a crucial role, and I think it's in everybody's interest to unleash their potential, their enthusiasm, their competence. So let's work all together to make it happen, and let's push the international community to do more in this regard. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Loredana.
Thank you very much to Loredana for your contribution, and thank you for the food for thought. And what strikes me most is that sometimes women are absent, but even when they're present, we've got this issue of them being invisible and not really participate concretely in these situations. We now have, last but not least, our final speaker, Beatrice Vecchioni, a career diplomat who deals with development cooperation in Africa and who is a gender focal point for the Directorate General of Development Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation here in Italy. And what strikes us most is her most recent e-book. She published it, and it talks about the agenda for peace and security of women. It's based on her experience abroad. She will now tell us about her views on the role of women at the negotiating at peace talks and whatever else she wishes to contribute. Thank you for being here.
Mille.
Thank you very much. I would ask you to show my PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. And I will be speaking in English.
Let me first thank you for this invitation. It is both an honor and a pleasure to be here today with you and to share my views on this very important topic. Distinguished delegates, in these dark days of multiple crises, this topic is, of course, more important than ever. Let me see if this works. Technology. No, it doesn't work. Yes, we made it. So, of course, we've seen today that peace agreements, post-conflict reconstructions, and governments have a better chance of long-term success when women are involved. Research shows us that women's participation in the peace-building process increases by 35% the probability that a peace deal will last for at least 15 years. Why? Why women? Essentially because we already seen women suffer disproportionately during armed conflict and often advocate most strongly for stabilization, reconstruction, and the prevention of further conflict. Women are deeply committed to peace building and post-conflict reconstruction and have a unique perspective and a solid understanding of the needs of their communities. Women also tend to have more inclusive leadership styles, which promote consensus in negotiations. Finally, women have also access where men don't have, and they tend to be influential within their families and their community, so they are more adept at working across divides, whether they be religious, ethnic, political, or cultural. Therefore, the systematic exclusion of women from the negotiation of peace agreements and implementing bodies is one of the key reasons why so many of these agreements ultimately fail and countries return to conflict. So involving women means that a broad range of issues that are important to the population are addressed, such as accountabilities for past abuses, psychosocial support for victims of violence, restoration of health and educational systems. Let's see if it works. Yes. Okay, we've already seen, we'd already talked very longly about the 1325 resolution. Very briefly, of course, it is one of the most important resolutions because it recognizes that women are disproportionately affected by conflict. And it recognizes the specificity of women's role, needs, and experience in conflict resolution. It calls for the mainstreaming of gender perspective in all aspects of peace operations. More specifically, it calls for the effective protection of women and girls from sexual and gender-based violence in conflict settings. It calls for the prevention of violence against women, so prevention. And it calls for their active participation at all levels of decision-making in conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and peace processes. So, where are we today? Since the adoption of this important resolution, a lot has been accomplished. We have strengthened awareness, developed a robust policy framework, new monitoring and reporting mechanisms are in place. However, women and girls continue to disproportionately bear the burden of conflicts and remain underrepresented or unrepresented in peace processes efforts. So we can see a little bit more of statistics and results in the next slide, taking into account three main points. First of all, advancing gender equality and the participation of women in peace processes. A lot has been done. Of course, the UN Secretary General called member states to implement measures, including temporary special measures. We talked about it before, such as quotas to increment women's equal participation in peace, political, and other decision-making processes. But data is still disappointing. In 2020, women represented only 23% of delegates in peace processes led by the UN. None of the ceasefire agreements reached between 2019 and 2020 included the prohibition of sexual violence. And the percentage of peace agreements with gender provisions stands at 28.6%, which is still very low. Second point, we need as well to strengthen our efforts to create an enabling environment for the meaningful participation of women, which includes gaining a better understanding of the challenges faced by uniformed women, improving mission camp layouts for the military and the police, supporting existing women networks at mission level. Women in peacekeeping operations are powerful mentors and role models for women and girls in the host communities where they serve. They set examples for them to advocate for their own rights and, why not, for them to pursue non-traditional careers. For example, the LC Initiative Fund, established by Canada, provides financial and technical support to troop and police contributing countries in order to encourage deployment of women military and police in peace operations and to promote gender equality in the security sector. Of course, we made progress since the 90s. In 1993, women accounted only 1% of deployed uniform personnel. Nowadays, women represent 5.2% of military personnel and 15% of police personnel in peacekeeping operations, which is already a progress. At the leadership level, there were 3 women serving in the most senior military positions in the field and 4 women leading United Nations police components. This is quite a record number of women serving in such senior uniform positions in the UN, if you consider the difficulties of a career in the military sector. Third point, despite progress in women's representation in decision-making, advancements towards achieving gender parity in political and public life have been slow. In conflict and post-conflict countries, women hold only 18.5% of parliamentary seats, compared with 25% globally. Women's representation in public administration in fragile and conflict-affected countries averaged just 23%. Less than half of the average in all other countries. So there is some progress, but there are still lots of gaps and challenges. So what do we need to do to have more women at peace table? Well, I think we need action to realize women, peace and security commitments. If this, yes. So here are some ideas. To prevent conflict and sustain peace, as also Loredana was mentioning, we need to adopt a holistic approach, connecting the Women, Peace and Security agenda with the 2030 agenda. Connections are quite obvious. In order to have more women seated at the peace table, we need them to be protected and empowered. So we need to work on SDG 5, which aims to achieve the elimination of violence against women and girls. We need to work on SDG 16, which is dedicated to the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. We need to work on SDG 8, on decent work and economic growth. Women and girls suffer disproportionately, again, from the consequences of the COVID-19 crisis, leading them to economic impoverishment. We need to work on SDG 10 on reducing inequalities, SDG 3 on universal access to sexual and reproductive health care services, SDG 4 on inclusive and equitable quality education for all, for girls and boys. Quotas, secondly, quotas and other special measures are our best mechanism to accelerate positive change to increase representations. It is an effective way to achieve a major shift in the distribution of power. UN Women report shows us that women's parliamentary representation in conflict and post-conflict countries doubles where there are legislated quotas. So we should be committed to promoting the use of quotas, not just only in politics, but also in peace processes. Third point, building awareness thanks to civil society. Civil society groups can also help to build awareness of the importance of including women in peace processes. They can take advantage of existing resources and networks to educate women. An example could be for SCOs, for example, to translate the 1325 resolution into local languages and make the document accessible to more people. And some other ideas. Fourth, training negotiators and peacekeepers operators is essential, not only for women, but also for men. Fifth point, national action plans offer, as we've seen before, a tool for governments to articulate priorities and coordinate the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda at the national level. It serves as a guiding national policy document that is able to capture the diverse set of government bodies and stakeholders tasked with security, foreign policy, development, and gender equality. Once developed, it can use to raise awareness of the need to include women in the peace and security agenda. More than 100 national action plans have been approved, including 9 from regional organizations. In Italy, in particular, we recently adopted the 4th national action plan that our Deputy Minister Sereni was mentioning, and it is one of the few that received public funding. Last point, as it emerges from UN Women report, we need to increase funding for the Women and Peace and Security agenda, and conversely, curb military spending. We could make, for example, investment for a better data collection, gender analysis, and monitoring for results across all peace efforts. If we want to see a paradigm shift in the way we confront peace and security issues, we definitely need to have a hard look at the levels and trajectories of global military spending. Curbing military spending has been achieved a strategic objective of women's movement for peace. It was a key objective of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action in 1995. It was reaffirmed during the recent Generation Equality Forum, and it is essential to achieve SDG 16 I was mentioning before. The evidence clearly shows that high levels of military spending in post-conflict settings increase the risk of a renewed conflict. It also shows that investing in gender equality has a high return in peace dividends. Yet we continue to overspend in the former and underinvest in the latter. So we need more financing for the peace and security agenda. We need to finance gender equality and women's empowerment. Gender equality is, of course, a question of power. But power will not redistribute naturally itself equally in a male-dominated world. There are clearly persistent gaps and stagnations in women's participation in political leadership, peace and security, and access to economic resources and decision-making. We need to look at women not only as a vulnerable category, but rather, as the UN Secretary General said, rather as agents for peaceful change and inclusive development. Without their full participation in society, neither peace nor prosperity can be ensured over the long term. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille Beatrice, abbiamo così...
Thank you. So I think we've concluded our final statements. Now I'll open for comments and questions. Jordan first.
I'm not sure if the translation is working. I think it. Oh, not sure if. It's working again. Okay. So I'll speak in Arabic if you don't mind. يعني نحن سعيدين اليوم كمشاركة لنا أولى ب.
We're very glad today to have taken part for the first time at this conference. I was very glad to have listened to all the statements. Also because I was able to take part in this meeting with women, but also men in the Turkish delegation. It's essential for men and women to work together to achieve our goals. Jordan has ratified Resolution 1325, a very important resolution. We've adopted national measures so as to apply this resolution, and we are currently trying to implement this resolution in civil society, but also in the military sphere, even though we have very limited resources in Jordan. However, we have always tried to respond to crises in the region in a positive way. We've always tried to have a mediating role, and we have welcomed Syrian and Palestinian refugees to Beatrice. You spoke of the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and for this is very important for us. However, this is possible only in countries where women are considered to be an important component of peace processes. But all recommendations are adopted if there is a true conviction of the role of women. But what is the role of countries who do not believe in the role of women or in their participation in the main in leading roles? How can the Sustainable Development Goals be implemented in these countries, on the one hand? On the other hand, we listened to Stephanie. We've seen videos on Ukraine, and Stefania Battistini we heard. We saw women working on preparation of Molotov cocktails. But what's the international role of these women? We would like there to be an international role for women in conflicts which women are the victim of. One is the murder of the Shirin Abu Akleh, journalist of Al Jazeera. But we, in our country, we take in refugees from Syria, and we think that there should be a common position. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Allora, intanto ci sono ovviamente una domanda, in questo caso direttamente a Beatrice.
So it's a question directly to Beatrice.
Question. Well, it is actually what we're trying to do from a development cooperation perspective. I mean, in all the countries where we are intervening as Italian Development Corporation, we're trying to bring projects to empower women. And we do this through UN agencies most of the time. We do this through civil society. I think civil society is very much important to have, let's say, a better framework, a better sense of what's happening on the ground. So we're trying to finance specifically projects to empower women from, it can go from projects to fight violence against women until the inclusion of women for them to have access to credit, for example, to finance. And then we also try in all the other projects from a development cooperation point of view, in all the other projects, to have gender mainstreaming. So if we're doing a project, I don't know, on food security, we're trying to have a, let's say, a special look for women or for women that are in a difficult position from a food security point of view. And so we're trying to intervene in those two ways. Projects specifically for gender equality, gender empowerment, and in all the others with gender mainstreaming. Of course, also for us, Afghanistan was quite a challenge because we have to reconsider a little bit our projects. It is very difficult. This I cannot deny it. I don't know if I answered your question.
Non sono certa se...
I'm not sure whether we still have Stefano Battistone still connected. So I'll give the floor to Loredana, who can ask the second question.
A good example of what I was saying before. So again, we didn't see any women at the first efforts of negotiating and starting the peace dialogues. So many of us were saying, again, we are making the same mistakes, women are not there, are not involved. But at the same time, I think that it's important to recognize the role women are already playing, because in Ukraine we have many women also in leading positions at the political level, first of all, and they are playing an important role to advocate for their country, so they are really doing a great job. Also in Italy we had different official visits. With WISE we organized a meeting with the first Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she was telling us the work she's carrying on. They were advocating a lot for the EU candidacy, so they are doing a lot in this sense at the political level. At the same time, we have many women outside the country, because we know that most of the people emigrating and fleeing the country for the moment are women, because men are not, most of them are not allowed. And what they are doing outside their countries, they are reorganizing themselves, they are creating networks, again, to help people in their countries and trying to help to facilitate the dialogue and also an understanding of what is happening there. So I think that first of all, we need to, again, to tell those stories and to recognize the work they are doing. We should not say that women, again, are not there. They are invisible if we are not telling those stories and we are not recognizing the work they are doing. And then, of course, when the time will be ready, because I think that now we still need a little bit of time, but when we will start the negotiating and the mediation processes, we need to advocate in order to have women seated also at the formal tables. But for the moment, it's important to recognize what they are doing, not just saying that, again, women are not there.
If I can complement what Loredana is saying, because that's also one of the things that it's addressed to me very often, Ukraine, the absence of women. In addition to what she said, we have to say that the general prosecutor is a woman, and the minister of IDPs and now humanitarian aid is a woman as well. And she has been negotiating the exchange of prisoners of war during this period, and we know that during the negotiations she will always her name is Irina Vereshchenko, always asked to have women as part of the exchange, and she was also the person in charge of the evacuation of the Azovstal in Mariupol. And as Loredana said, it's also a question of the news and I suppose we as the rest of the world not being there, decide to the news, the information we want to share and what we want to portray. So I think it's a question of narrative very often. Of course, then we saw that picture, and that picture was very impressive, but it's important that we, as Loredana, just to reinforce what Loredana said, that women are doing a good job there and they are important position. And something else I would like to add is that during these months, the martial law was applies in Ukraine, meaning that men between 18 and 60 years old, they cannot leave the country. leading to giving the responsibility to women parliamentarians to travel around Europe and to negotiate with the different countries, also in terms of arms and investment and support. So this was done by a group of female parliamentarians. Thank you.
Grazie mille per le...
Many thanks for the answers. Are there any other people who wish to take the floor? Egypt?
ختاما لاجتماعنا النهارده وتأكيدا.
So at the end of this meeting, in addition to what's been said, I simply wish to say that security for women can only be achieved in a secure society, and a secure society can only be achieved in a democracy. Democracy cannot be guaranteed without rights afforded to citizens equal for men and women, and a basis, that is to say, national security can only be achieved through the security of the citizens. We also need to say that security of citizens nationally or internationally can only be achieved through the security of women, in that she is one of the pillars of society, and also because she is a human being who is entitled to live in dignity. Gender and sexual violence in a conflict situation should be completely destroyed.
Very glad to be here today. It's my first opportunity being newly elected in Malta and also newly appointed member of the Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean and also member of this committee. Practically today all the contributions were very useful, very interesting for us, and in particularly I also agree with what was said as regards to stereotypes, that we need to literally kill all the stereotypes that unfortunately we're used with. We need to have more female representation in certain jobs. We may have to make them much more attractive so that they're going to get involved in these new job opportunities, which are very attractive, even also on a work-life balance experience for them. Also, we need to have much more representation in the political level. And from my point of view, when I look at the political level, I'm sorry, but from the political level, in our country, we also have got programs to start attracting females to get involved in politics so that they start being attracted to move forward. And also, we started to introduce a gender mechanism quota so that we're going to have more representation of females. We also discussed the issues that females are very crucial in facing challenges regards energy, water, food, climate change. But from my end, I also would like to point out the importance of medicinal supply chains. Recently, during the pandemics, we faced the issue of challenges in medicinal supply chain, and being myself a pharmacist also involved in the authority of medicines in Malta, we are pushing forward the issue that medicinal supply chains need to be catered for. And even particularly now that we're facing the challenge regards the war, it's even much more important that we're going to give the right to each citizen, because at the end of the day, it's a human right that everyone is going to be entitled to medicines. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Albania.
Thank you. Mund të flas në gjuhën time. I speak in my language. Përshëndetje të gjithëve. Është kënaqësi që jam sot këtu dhe kam mundësi të ndaj bashkë me ju. The translate is some words in English. It's a pleasure for me to be here today in this committee, because when we do things for women, when we do things, good things for women and for girls, is always a good thing. I want to show or to share with you the experience of Albania, like a small piece, a small place, a small country that have protect or I'm not very good in English with the women in politics. I want to show two small things that to show the importance of the including the women in politics. Like in our government, there are 16 ministers, and of these, 12 are women ministers. And in the Parliament of Albania, there are many women that are of many territories of Albania, and I will show that in my place I presented in our parliament a small place, and I am the deputy of my place, and we have also the I don't know the Kretar Bashkie, the chair of the community is also woman, and I want to tell that the time that we live, like war in Ukraine and or other conflicts in other places, show that good decisions in this moment will help us in future moments, like to do better things, always focused on women and girls. Sorry for the language, and it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Grazie.
Many thanks. I don't see any other hands raised, so I think we can move to our conclusions. I want to thank you all for being here, and I think we've had a very intense and very interesting discussion on various topics, and we are speaking of something which concerns women and men, and so I'd like to thank the Turkish delegate for having stressed that we need to work jointly so that some things can be put into practice and become concrete realities. And I wish to thank all the speakers and all the people who've taken the floor for all the wealth of information which we can take advantage of for our next session, which will be held in autumn. With this, I bring our session to an end. Just two pieces of practical information on how we will continue our evening and the next meeting. The next meeting will be held in autumn. The date will be given to you after summer. With this, we come to the end of this meeting, and I thank you all. We'll now have a 5-minute break so that you can refresh yourselves, and then we'll be exiting from the door together, if possible. We can stop in the square behind Parliament so that we can take a final group photo and also show you our Parliament from the outside, and then go to the Cesare Hotel for a cocktail reception and have another opportunity to talk and get to know each other better and the issues which we have been discussing today. So thank you again, and I'll see you outside in a few minutes' time.